Perhaps thanks to the non-stop traveling, they finally began to see Mount Hua in the distance. Mount Hua. In terms of time, it was just 1 month, but it felt like years had gone by. The disciples, who were a bit tired, regained their strength. Bak Chan looked at Mount Hua and smiled brightly. We are finally back. Isn't the way so long, Sasuk? Right, it was long. It felt a lot longer because of a certain someone. I feel like I am getting old, worrying that a certain someone might get into an accident. If you look at it, the accident was because of Sasuk no. Yoon Jong, who was trying to push this on Bak Chan, went silent. This man used to be so gentle in the past, and now he was trying to kill me with his eyes. Everyone is stained. Only then would Mount Hua stand up. Anyway, let us climb up. We need to get up there today. Yes, Sasuk. N-O-V-E in.C om. Just as everyone was ready to move. But, Sasuk. Ah. Bak Chan looked at Jo Gul, who looked dead. What is it? It is that. Huh. What? That. Jo Gul pointed to the cart and Chung Myung lying on it. What about him now? Not Chung Myung, but the cart. Cart. What about it? Jo Gul hesitated for a moment and said. Ads by Pub Future. Isn't it supposed to climb Mount Hua too? Not 1 but 4 carts. Bak Chan smiled very brightly as he realized this reality. No. Isn't it time they come back? They will be here today. The disciples of Mount Hua rubbed their eyes as they waited for their friends in front of the main gate. And they should be here today. Aren't they supposed to be here? Shouldn't they be here by morning? Let's wait a little longer. Annam looked down the mountain, a bit worried. I am sure I got a letter saying that they would return today. Since travel was something that involved many variables, it was not uncommon for people to be delayed by a day or 2. But still, his heart shook. Is everything done? How many times will you ask? I did it. Annam smiled at the blunt answer. Now I understand why Elder Hyun-young put so much effort into preparing food. He often thought that he would act too much, but when he was waiting for people to come now, he could understand it. These people were coming back after making Mount Hua's largest achievement of the past century, and he wanted to carry those children up and cheer for them, but he couldn't, so he decided to make a warm meal. Even if you are happy, sect leader must be tired from the long journey, so let's tone it down and welcome them. Yes, Sasuk. Don't worry, Sehyung. The disciples of Mount Hua all nodded. Everyone felt like they were already flying over the clouds at the news that Mount Hua finished as runner-up, which was the best result. Everyone was ready to welcome the Sehyungs who brought glory to Mount Hua. Right, the news had to be enjoyed even more so now. At that time, the one standing in front of the main gate raised their hand and pointed down. T there. Ah, there. Over there, they're coming up, Sasuk. Oh. Annam ran ahead. Oh. They saw 4 people climbing up, almost like flying. Hyun Jong, Hyun Young, Hyun Sang and An Jium. Sect leader. Elders. Teacher. The disciples of Mount Hua lowered their heads with respect. We greet the sect leader. You have been through a lot, sect leader. Hyun Jong approached them and smiled. We are a bit late, we must have troubled you. Are things well here? Yes, sect leader. Annam greeted him with a smile. It was a place where guests were greeted. What was better than having everyone here? Really, you worked so hard. The disciples were overjoyed about what sect leader and the children accomplished. Woohoo! Hyun Jong laughed. Personalized recommendations you can't miss. Personalized recommendations you can't miss. Discovery feed. Ads by Pub Future. I did nothing. All that happened was through the kids' actions. But it was sect leader leading their way. Hyun Jong shook his head. No. I have done nothing. If you want to compliment someone, lift the kids. Haha. As always, Annam smiled at the sect leader who was passing by the disciples lined up. But some, not all of them, had returned. The children. Hyun Jong turned his gaze and said. They will be up soon. Ah. I have something to do inside. Ah. See you later. Hyun Jong moved very quickly to his residence, and the elders followed him. Ah. Even An Jium was following the elders with his head down. Saze. I have something to do, Sehyung. Ah. Seeing An Jium rushing in, Annam couldn't guess what it was. No, why is everyone in such a hurry? It was then. Here they come. Oh. Annam turned his head. For some reason, the atmosphere felt a bit strange, but the people who had done a great job out there, as their sect leader had said, were finally returning. So he had to welcome them with a smile and open arms. Everyone co.me. But his words couldn't come out right. He could see the disciples of Mount Hua coming up like they were crawling. Kuak. Ugh. Fuck. Why is the mountain this steep? I almost fell 3 times. The disciples with red eyes were moving up with ropes around their bodies. The rope is. And behind the ones crawling, large carts appeared. Annam's mouth flopped open. They're coming up with that on them. Insane. There were cliffs all over the mountain path. Ordinary people wouldn't even climb with any extra items, and even some of those who had learned martial arts fell too. And these kids carried up the cart. And not just one. ACKKKKK. Joe Gull, who grabbed the edge, raised his head. Shit. Shit. It is just the money. You could have exchanged this for bills. Did you have to bring them up like this? You insane idiot. That is a lot of talk. Ah. As Joe Gull crawled, the other Chang disciples who were next to him were all red-faced, and along the ropes tied to them, a larger cart appeared. On the cart. There was a clear groan from Arnam when he looked at one person lying down with a bottle of alcohol in hand. Arnam realized. Kids were always like this. And he felt deeply that there was no such thing as a warm and normal welcome at Mount Hua. Chapter 339. I am not qualified to argue for forgiveness for you, but for. You damned moron. As Joe Gull screamed and lay flat on his back, Chang Yang burst into laughter. It is good to work and train at the same time. You have been active in the competition, so why are you trying to get yourself to live a lazy life? I will never see it until mud covers my eyes. Mud. Will it work if it is mud? With a shout, Bak Chon jumped up from below and grabbed the mud on the ground as he rushed to Chang Yang. But as soon as he ran into him, he kicked Chang Yang, only to fall back down the cliff. RHKKK. Hearing the distant screams, everyone bowed their heads. I will never forget the courage you showed, Sasuk. That man is also getting less and less smart with each day. Does he want to live? Chang Yang clicked his tongue when he saw it. TCH. TCH. Everyone keeps falling for this. Chang Yang drank some of his alcohol and jumped off the cart. The other disciples who climbed up the cliff together fell to the ground, unable to raise their heads, perhaps in exhaustion. Arnam couldn't stand it in the end, and asked. Chang Yang. Isn't there an easier way to do this? Then there would be no practice. Right. It was only natural for him to respond like this. Arnam realized what it meant for Chang Yang to return. Anyway, it is good you have come back. Yes, Sasuk. We. Chang Yang, who was about to say something, went silent as he frowned. And then approached the Bak disciples and Chang disciples, who were lined behind Arnam. Everyone held their breath, not knowing what to do, and Chang Yang reached out and poked the thighs and forearms of the disciples in a row and frowned further. No, what did you do when I was away so that your body muscle has been cut in half? Cut down in half. These kids looked like bandits, but they were half shrunken. What did he mean when their muscles were all bulging? If you had done the training I said, this wouldn't have happened, right? True, but. A look of shame appeared on their faces. Unfortunately, they had no excuse to give. Right. Well, people should take a break. Right. But I do not know if the people behind me will think so. It was because all those who had climbed up the cliff with his carts were staring at them with eyes full of poison. While we were all like this, you all played and ate comfortably. See those thin hands? They will break with one hit, right? We need to kill them. Kill them. The innocent disciples of Mount Hua turned into the subjects of reproach just because those left behind were living comfortably there. That. At that moment, a man walked ahead with a smile on his face. Sasuk. Ads by Pub Future. Bak Sang Sasuk. Everyone looked at him eagerly, like he was their savior. But Bak Sang was infinitely kind and smiled warmly as he pointed to the peak. Lotus Peak. Run. Some looked at each other and began to run to the peak. And then, the others too immediately ran, realizing the situation. Get out of my way. Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. No, what bullshit is this? Wasn't this supposed to be a welcoming for them? Welcome, my foot. Get out of my way. Those who climbed the cliff watched the disciples of Mount Hua run to Lotus Peak as they grabbed the carts and pulled them up. Let's head in for now. Keek. Keek. The sounds of the wheels rolling were so depressing to hear. TCH. I knew I should be leaving my position here. Chang Yang walked ahead of the disciples who were pulling his cart. Arnam, who was watching him, couldn't help but think one thing. Why doesn't anyone care about Bak Chon, who fell off the cliff? Well, now he finally felt like Mount Hua had been completed, and he shook his head. Thank you, sect leader. You all worked really hard. Hyunjong nodded his head with a benevolent expression. A feeling of satisfaction that couldn't be hidden was revealed on his face, whose fatigue, which had accumulated on the long journey, was cleared away with a warm bath. Everyone worked hard to protect Mount Hua when I was away for a while. Did you do anything special? What hardships? Sect leader has come such a long way, so how can we dare say we did the hard work? Rather, I was excited to hear the rumors that Mount Hua had been active in Shaolin. We couldn't control ourselves here. Ha! Did the rumors already spread that fast? Yes. Thanks to this, everyone was rejoicing and cheering with one heart. Arnam's face, which had always been calm, was dyed red. In front of the sect leader, he wasn't only reverent, but also filled with joy on the inside. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Hyun-jong burst into laughter. There is definitely a difference between praising what was accomplished and hearing it through the mouths of others. And when he saw Arnam, who was excited about this, he realized how great the task accomplished was. It is a good thing. If the rumors spread to Shaanxi before we arrived, then it shouldn't take long before it spreads throughout the world. At the words of Hyun Snag, Arnam nodded. Yes, Elder. As you have seen as you came, the village below is in turmoil. Everyone, I am so happy that Mount Hua is regaining its former glory. Right. Such a good thing. Hyun Sang laughed happily, and at that moment, Hyun Young spoke with a sharp voice. Fine, then let's have dinner. It was filled with a bitter feeling. Did we do anything wrong when you were away? There was no major problem. Due to the trade with Yunnan, some things had to be coordinated with the merchant union, but there were no major changes, so you can check and issue orders. I get it. Other than that. Other than. Ads by Pub Future. Arnam turned his head in surprise without a word. A desperate scream came from outside the door. Ahem. Other than that. He tried to ignore it somehow and continue the conversation, but it wasn't easy to speak. ACKKKKKKK. Why is that bastard back? Why? Why are you doing this as soon as you arrive? Ack. Damn it. Arnam trembled a little and eventually got up from the seat as he opened up the door. He went outside to scold the ones who were shouting when the older disciples were talking with the sect leader. But he was speechless. After just 1 hour, the disciples of Mount Hua were drooling and rolling on the ground. Did someone put them inside a mine? They were definitely fine a moment ago. Chang Yang shook his head as he looked at the beggar-like disciples. These people. Were you playing around for a month just because no one was around? We practiced. We did our best. Best. If a bastard from the demonic sect comes to stab you, will you say you did your best to block it? A month is enough time to learn a sword technique, and that is what you wasted, get it? Fine. I will bring back the time that my Sehyungs have wasted. Save us, Ak. A loving voice came from Arnam, who was seeing this horrific scene. Arnam. Sect leader. Arnam looked at Hyun-jong, who smiled and nodded his head. Right, he will stop. Close it. Yes. Arnam closed the door as instructed by the sect leader and sat back as if nothing had happened. Even sadder was that even the other elders and An Jiam were sitting as if nothing had happened. It seems like something has changed. I don't know what changed, but surely something feels. Well, so. Throughout the meeting, the screams of the disciples didn't stop from entering their ears. Play. A person overcoming the critical point of death, and while he was being hit and slapped with swords in Shaolin, you played around. Is this what you were saying? The disciples of Mount Hua had tears in their eyes. Of course, they can understand the insults thrown. It was because they knew that although they had practiced too hard for themselves, how they were being called out felt bad. No matter how much they practiced, even if they died, they could never get themselves to say that they practiced with the same intensity as Chang Yang. So they had to take in any curses he threw. Curses and swears were fine. But what made him sad was that it was Bak Chon and not the mad dog who was running wildly in front of them. Still no, Bak Chon, who had fallen off the cliff, came back up alive and was literally nagging them until their ears bled. Did the cliff become less high? He should have died. And the other disciples who went to Shaolin also looked at him all with wide eyes. They looked like some bandits who went to Shaolin who have returned as demons. What the hell happened in the competition? Take a sneak peek at our latest recommendations here. Discovery feed. Ads by Pub Future. Skills were also determined by talent, but many things were determined by how hard one practiced. For this reason, most of those who visited Shaolin were those who were already better than the rest. Listen, everyone. Yes, Sehyung. The Bak and Chang disciples answered with stiff voices as their upper bodies stiffened. On our trip to Shaolin this time, we experienced a lot and returned. These were no simple experiences. It definitely was helpful to see Wudang and other sects with our own eyes. Yes. But. Bak Chon bit his lip and continued. But it was a very sad thing for me as your Sehyung if you people didn't get such a good experience. If your tooth falls out, put something into the gum and use that. Come on. I will definitely engrave on your body what I have seen and felt over the past month. Do not worry, this experience won't make you feel a difference or lose motivation. Get it? Do you understand? Don't worry, and get over here. No. We are fine here. I asked if you understand. November, LBJNN. Yes. Seeing the disciples answering loudly as if Mount Hua was going to soar, Bak Chan shook his head. I am definitely not saying that unlike us who had to suffer like dogs due to a certain someone, you have had a comfortable time, but no more. There it is. That is it. In the past, Chang Yang was the only one who tortured us. Now they are all in it together. Together. Bak Chan turned his head and looked at the disciples, who were trembling. Kids. Yes. And he mimed slitting his neck with his thumb. Go. Yes. Yoon Jong and Zhou Gul, who were at the forefront, turned their eyes ahead and ran. At the same time, everyone who had been to Shaolin began to run behind the others to avenge their grudges. In the corner of the land of Mount Hua, dust rose as the two sides began to mingle, and a group of people who had nothing to do with this situation watched it. The disciples of Huayang Gate who had accompanied Mount Hua. They stood there with sullen eyes. Gate leader. Ah. So, Mount Hua is pure with Taoists. Wei Lishan gently turned away from the eyes of his disciples. It had been too long since I was here. A place where everyone protects the Tao. Were they doing it like this? And now? Noisy. Wei Lishan coughed. What is being shown outside isn't everything. Haven't we experienced it? You've seen it in Shaolin too. Just how great the disciples of Mount Hua are. We know. Do not be deceived by their appearance, look at the truth. The truth. But, Father. Wei Soheng, who was next to him, said, confused. You said some of us, including myself, would train like them in the main sect. Right. Like that. Wei Lishan slowly turned his head. The disciples of Mount Hua were now fighting each other. Wei Lishan looked up at the sky. I might have to think about it. And he began to seriously consider whether there was something fatally wrong with the choice he made. Chapter 340, I am not qualified to argue for forgiveness for you, but 5. What they had accomplished in Shaolin had left a great deal of experience and confidence in the disciples of Mount Hua. Their greatest gain was the irrevocable inscription left on the world by all of the Mount Hua disciples who had journeyed to the competition. Anyway, what matters is the results, grinned Chang Yang, lying on a tree. The screams from the disciples were like music to his ears. Ah! Sasuk! Die! Die, you idiots! No! How can your character be worse than Chang Yang? Chang Yang looked at Bak Chan, who was steamrolling the disciples with delighted eyes. Good. Good job. Dong Ryong. There was a limit to how far Chang Yang alone could drag them. The Mount Hua he had hoped for from the beginning was almost here. Now even if he didn't take the lead and push them, others would continue to develop Mount Hua in a similar manner. Of course, some suffered for it. But it was 100 times better than suffering due to being weak. If the world was a paradise for the weak, there would have been no need for this. Unfortunately, however, the world that Chang Yang knew was one where only the strong lived. Think about it. If Mount Hua didn't have this kind of power, would it have been possible to eat those attacks and return fine from Shaolin? Definitely impossible. The greatest value that power created was freedom. Only those with power can choose their own lives. It took a long time. The scent of the old Mount Hua had started to come out little by little after their return. In the past, the disciples of Mount Hua tried, competed, and struggled to become stronger with each other. Everyone did their best. Ah, Sehyung, not that. Do not bother me. I will reach out to sect leader Sehyung. No. I said do not. Why are you hitting me so suddenly? Exclamation mark. Ack. You idiot. Didn't I tell you not to harass the Sajays? Exclamation mark. Listen to my words. Idiot. Ah. Maybe it wasn't as great as I thought it was. He quickly erased the memories which had entered his mind. The past was beautiful in its own manner. N-O-V-E in.C. Chang Yang smiled, seeing the disciples of Mount Hua who were slowly dying below. Right, everyone is working hard now. This was the time to think about the next step. Mount Hua currently faced 2 challenges. Not enough influence. The reason why those damned 9 sects were able to carry such strength solely on their shoulders was because of the influence they held, and the disciples of theirs who were spread all over the world. In other words, even if Mount Hua became the best sect in the world, if they were stuck on their mountain like now, nothing would change. Being stuck on this mountain and continuing to train will bring no change. Every time they went down the mountain, it was to buy necessities and bring them back. That was all. In order to improve their skills, they need to increase their external activities and increase their influence in the world. And another one. Ha. This really needs to change. Chang Yang scratched his head. His hair was frizzy and messed up. Actually, it was a problem that had been forgotten until this time, as everyone's skills had to be raised somehow. It reminded him that he was missing something, thanks to the Heavenly Violet Divine Sword. How do I do the Heavenly Violet Divine Arts? Heavenly Violet Divine Art. The most difficult and powerful cultivation method of Mount Hua. If Shaolin and Wudang had their iconic cultivation techniques, then the Heavenly Violet Divine Arts were Mount Hua's. Ads by Pub Future. Ugh. If only they were taught, then Mount Hua would become even stronger. The problem was just, how do I tell them what I don't know? Chang Yang was annoyed and looked up at the sky. No, damn it. Shaolin teaches their novice monks and Wudang their disciples, who are known to be the best of the sect. Unfortunately, this particular cultivation technique was a martial art designed to only be passed down to the next sect leader of Mount Hua. And because of that, even Chang Yang hadn't learned it. Instead, he had only learned about the Heavenly Violet Enhanced Qi, which was a stripped-down version of the art that was created based on the version the sect leaders learned. There is no meaning in teaching them what I know. What I know is only an imitation. The most important part was missing from this imitation, and the only way the best technique of Mount Hua could be put into practice was by finding the original. Heavenly Violet Divine Arts were the best cultivation technique in Mount Hua, and the Plum Blossom Sword was the best sword technique in Mount Hua. If those two things could be acquired, Mount Hua would be second to none. The current Mount Hua was a bird with one wing broken. Ugh. I can probably teach the Plum Blossom Sword Bond, but... Chang Yang scratched his head. This is why I said to teach me. Didn't I tell you, become the sect leader first? Ugh. The sect leader of the past wasn't someone bound by tradition, but he wasn't someone who would change the rules handed down from generation to generation. At that time, there was no need for it. Even without this cultivation technique, there was no reason to break tradition and pass it down to Chang Yang. Things would have changed if he had asked for it during the war with the demonic sect, but that wasn't a time to learn new martial arts. In any case, for that reason, there were only two people in Mount Hua who knew about the technique. One was my Sehyung, Chang Mun. The other was Chang Jin. He was the person on Mount Hua who managed the martial arts. At that time, he was a person who would do anything to not lose a martial art, and did his best to preserve them. TCH. Chang Yang took a deep breath. How do I solve this issue? Yeah. You. At the sudden sound, Chang Yang looked down. Bak Chan was screaming at him from down below. What are you doing that you can hear me no matter how many times I called for you? Ah. I was thinking about something. Come down. Sect leader is looking for you. Okay. Without another thought, Chang Yang jumped off. Where are you going? When Chang Yang asked, Hyunjong smiled and said, Yuna, go and visit it. Me? Yes. Chang Yang groaned and nodded his head. It was annoying, but it was fine. Yuna was an ally to Mount Hua, which helped them. Therefore, it was necessary to convey what happened in Shaolin to them personally. Ads by Pub Future. However, it wouldn't be good for their image if an elder or an undisciple was sent, so it would be best if either Bak Chan or Chang Yang was sent. Bak Chan was teaching the disciples now, so Chang Yang was the next best. I can get some alcohol down there too. Chang Yang nodded his head with a smile. Can I go now? Yes. And while you are gone, check out the things with the Yunnan trade too. Trade? Yes. You realize that this is something that needs to be re-verified, and we didn't have time to process it before rushing to Shaolin. I am busy now that I am back, and it would be helpful since you went to Yunnan and understand the situation. Yes, I will. Hyunjong nodded at the answer. Ah, and on the way back, stop by the Beggars Union branch and find out what is happening. Yes. This time Chang Yang nodded. That is something we need to pay attention to. Yes. The reason Chang Yang invited the beggars to Huram village was for this reason. Mount Hua was gaining fame. The name of Mount Hua would be engraved in the minds of others. So now, Mount Hua would have to keep an eye on what was happening on the outside too. If we can manage it right with the Beggars Union branch, then Mount Hua will have wings. And your role is the most important. Yes. Do not worry. I will hold on to those beggars. Not just Hongdae Kwang, but now all the members of the Huram village's Beggars Union branch were in the palm of Chang Yang. Right. I have a lot to talk about the future with you, but first, the urgent stuff needs to be dealt with. Good thought. Can I leave now? Yes, and young master from my side. Yes. There is no need to rush back. Talk comfortably and come back slowly. I know. Hyunjong smiled brightly as Chang Yang stepped out. That child should also rest a little. After returning to Mount Hua, everyone would be able to relax, but it wasn't something Chang Yang could do. That child must be keeping an eye on the other disciples' training. Of course, everything he asked Chang Yang to do had to be done right away, but it wasn't urgent for him to come back up. Nevertheless, the reason why Chang Yang was sent out was that he wanted the child to forget the concerns or worries which were probably residing within his head for a few days. I am feeling a bit sorry for the Yuna merchants and the Beggars Union branch, but it can be helped. Ha ha. Ugh. Chang Yang, who went out, headed down right away. Where are you going? Bak Chon, who was practicing nearby, turned his head and asked Chang Yang. I was asked to go to the Una merchants down there. Till Chengdu. Yes. Then it will take you a day or two. Chang Yang shrugged his shoulders. Don't come back in a hurry and have something when you are down there. Is that okay? Bak Chon nodded. Now, don't bother me and go down. See what personalized content we have based on your browsing history. See what personalized content we have based on your browsing history. Discovery feed. Ads by PubFuture. I am not some child. It is a problem because you aren't one. It is natural for children to cause trouble, but you cause trouble despite not being a child, you moron. This makes me a bit uneasy for some reason. Bak Chon frowned. Should I follow you? Why? Probably it will be better than you alone. Enough. If you want to mess around, live somewhere else. Make sure to grind those kids to the ground. Ugh. Chang Yang pointed to the other disciples. Those who stayed back and played around are a priority, but those who came to Shaolin are more important. If what they saw and felt isn't embodied, then it will eventually disappear from their mind. I know. Don't worry. When Bak Chon nodded his head, Chang Yang smiled and turned around. Anyway, I will be back soon, so don't make trouble when I am gone. Who is saying that to whom? He. As soon as Chang Yang walked out the gate, Bak Chon shook his head. Walk the right way. And open doors with your hands. At that time, Yun Zhong and some other disciples sneaked up to him and asked, where is he going? Sect leader has given him an errand. He wants him to run to the Una merchant. Will it be fine? Doesn't it do this often? Yes, but it changed a little more from back then. Hearing that, Bak Chon became anxious. Could something be up? At this time, the disciples of Mount Hua didn't know. The real problem wasn't with Chang Yang but with them. Mount Hua. It is Mount Hua. The beginning of the mountain road up to Mount Hua. A group of white-haired elderly people gathered and looked up at the mountain peak with strange eyes. How many years had it been? A little over 30 years. Right. 30 years is indeed a long time. At first glance, the eyes of the old men looked young, and they had neatly combed hair with silk robes draped over their bodies, which said their status was unusual. I never thought I would be climbing Mount Hua again in my life. The same with us. If Se-hyung hadn't called us back, we wouldn't have dared try either. Right. The old man nodded as if he had made a decision. Let's go and meet Hyun-jong. We need to meet and talk. It had been so long since I climbed Mount Hua, I am excited and scared simultaneously. What reason do we have to be afraid? A faint smile formed on the old man's lip. Even after decades, home is home. There might be fights, but there is nothing to be afraid of. Yes, Se-hyung. Right. The old man glanced back slowly and then made eye contact with each one of them and nodded. Let's go. Yes. So a group of people began to climb Mount Hua. Thick clouds over the top of the mountain began to flow in an unexpected direction. Like the situation of Mount Hua. Chapter 341. You all must be crazy. 1. A tranquil gate. Despite having the world's attention, the road to Mount Hua was still quiet. A group of people appeared in front of one of Mount Hua's gates, standing in the morning dew. Huck. Huck. I don't know if it's because it has been a while since I have been up here, but it is really tough. Yes. That is Mount Hua for you. They all wiped the sweat from their foreheads and looked down. Clouds hung over the middle of the cliff. It was a sight that was difficult to see unless one was a disciple of Mount Hua. Weren't we climbing the mountain several times a day in the past? Hoo. Did that happen? Yes. After training, we would go up and down many times. Yes. Within their voices, there was a vague hint of nostalgia. They looked at each other with delighted eyes and then turned their gaze to the inscription. It took so many years to find Mount Hua, which I left behind when I was young. Sehyang. Let's go in. Before anything happens, we should stop by and ask for forgiveness. It would have been better if Master, who issued the decree on us, was still alive. The old man at the forefront walked towards the gate with a bitter face. Others followed the old man over. Looks like they put up a new gate. Looks like it. It seems like the rumor that Mount Hua has made some money is right. Ha. That is what it looks like, Mount Hua with a flowery path. The old man burst into laughter and entered the gate. As he entered, his feet became rooted to the ground, and he was shocked. Oh, my God. This. Those who followed were also unable to speak and looked around. Different. A Mount Hua that was very different from the one in their memories. Where did the ruins? Isn't it like more than half the structure? Different. A Mount Hua that was very different from the one in their memories. Where did the ruins? Isn't it like more than half the structure is new? It must have been blue stone-laid floors, but if they had spread it out to this extent, how much money do they have? When did Mount Hua become like this? No one could hide their shock. The last time they saw Mount Hua, they saw a place that needed heavy repairs, and if not, it would collapse. Among the pillars and halls, most of them were worn out and couldn't be used, and even the intact ones had rainwater leaking and insects eating them. Nevertheless, no one put in the money as they knew that this structure can hold on. But now, how could this happen? The new memories and the old ones were in harmony one. If Mount Hua of the past showed an extreme form of collapse, the current one felt dynamic. Oh, heavenly God. The old man in the lead was unable to control his emotions and mumbled. It feels so new, Sehyang. Right. The old man in the lead nodded with an expression filled with mixed emotions. Right. A sect was supposed to be like this. Ads by Pub Future. As the buildings were made new, the disciples of Mount Hua. Just then. It's still early in the morning, for real. Who catches humans right in the morning? Even ghosts don't do this. Yeah. Don't we usually say that to Changmyang? Is this situation any different? A loud shout in their ears, no, it was more like screaming. When they turned to the side where the sound was coming from, young men in black robes ran around. There was urgency on their faces, their lips were being bitten, and the sweat dripping down their bodies said they were working hard. Some of them were stumbling, not being able to handle this, but none of them helped the other out and just rushed forward. And behind was them one person who was running lightly as if simply walking behind disciples. They approached the fallen guy, and then kicked him without delay. The kick flew through the air and fell into the middle of the running crowd. TCH. The one who kicked tidied his hair which had become loose. Then he belatedly found them standing near the gate and frowned. Bowing slightly, he moved toward them. Have you visited Mount Hua so early for some reason? Those who saw him held back their words at his strong voice. A look that seemed to consider them unworthy of care, yet a man with the qualities of being a leader. Because there are such people in Mount Hua, they must be gaining their name again. Wonderful. The old man nodded, feeling satisfied. Of course, what this young man showed them was a little strange, but it felt good. Wouldn't this be considered training? Looking at his dedication, admiration, and bright eyes, he felt like he knew who this child was. Yes. It seems that you are the one who has made a name for yourself in the world recently. Ah. There is no need to be humble about this. Aren't you Mount Hua's divine dragon? I am not. Ah. I am the second disciple, the great disciple of Mount Hua, Bak Chon. Ah. The old man looked at the young man with blank eyes. Judging from the fact that the corners of his eyes were wrinkling, it felt like he was trying to ensure what this was. Ah then. The righteous sword. Yes. The old man covered his mouth with his fist and coughed. Right. It is Bak Chon, I see. I heard a lot of rumors about you. Thank you. His eyes were narrowed, and the atmosphere turned awkward. Bak Chon cleared his throat and said, But, who are you? And for what reason did you visit Mount Hua so early in the morning? Ads by Pub Future. Oh, right. I need to speak my business first. The old man smiled. Is Hyunjong inside? As soon as he heard those words, Bak Cheon's face went stiff. He looked at the old man with a slightly angry expression. He was angry at those who dared to come to Mount Hua and call their sect leader by his name as if he was below them. Excuse me, may I know who you are? It is a bit difficult to speak about it. So go and get Hyunjong, and you will know everything. Bak Chon looked at the old man and those who were around him and softly said, I understand what you are saying, but that is against the laws of Mount Hua. Those who visit Mount Hua cannot enter the sect without revealing their identity, and of course, they cannot meet our sect leader. Ha ha ha. Right. Right. Even when the words came out sharply, the old man smiled. You are right. But that is a phrase that applies to foreigners. I am not an unknown person to Mount Hua, so I do not have to follow that. Ah. The old man shook his head. I am not in a position to talk for long with you. Go and call Hyunjong. Or any elder is fine. Bak Chon didn't know how to deal with this, and right then, a friendly voice rang in his ears. What is happening? Ah, elder. Bak Chon looked back with a smile at Hyunjong. He walked towards Bak Chon with a face full of confusion. These people said they wanted to meet sect leader without revealing their identity. Who dares to commit such rudeness? Who are you people? Hyunjong looked at the men. I have never. He shut his mouth tightly, and his face began to harden. Bak Chon looked at him and was startled again. He had seen Hyunjong angry many times, but this was the first time he had shown such a face. On the other hand, the old man smiled. It had been so long. Hyunjong stared at the old man without answering. His eyes trembled, and after staring at the old man, he said, With what courage do you set foot on Mount Hua again? Do not do this. The old man shook his head. This has to be the head that wants to reach the hill while the heart remains home. Even young people with ambition will eventually turn old, and when they turn old, they miss their Even young people with ambition will eventually turn old, and when they turn old, they miss their home. Home. Hyunjong's face contorted. How dare you call Mount Hua your home? The old man's face turned stiff at those words. Hyunjong, do not call me like you're referring to someone below you. The ties between you and Mount Hua were cut off instantly. And you're here again to pick something. Go back. I have done my best trying to not pay attention to such things. I need to meet Hyunjong. Sect leader isn't a leisurely enough person to meet you. Eventually, Hyunjong yelled. What are you doing? Ah. Kick him out right now. And sprinkle salt around. Elder. Bak Chon hesitated for a moment with a stiff face. After this commotion, the disciples of Mount Hua stopped their training and began to approach them. Get more out of your browsing experience with our custom content. Get more out of your browsing experience with our custom content. Discovery feed. Ads by Pub Future. What is happening? I don't know. Elder Hyunjong seems very angry. Hyunjong's angry voice was clearly in their minds as they approached him with faces unable to understand this situation. I do not know for what purpose you came here, but as long as I am here, things will not happen as you think. My heart understands. How dare you? But there is one thing you should NT forget. This isn't for you to decide, right? Hyunjong was silent, and the old man softly smiled. Call Hyunjong. If he tells me to go back, I will do it without another word. Hyunjong bit his lip. He didn't want this man to meet his sect leader. I do not know about that. If you don't go back, I need an O-vel-B-jn.c. It was then. What is happening? Hyun-young's face distorted at the voice from behind, and he looked to see Hyun-jong coming. In the end, before Hyun-young could do anything, Hyun-jong looked to the old man. Hyun-jong approached quietly and lowered his head. Long time no see, Se-hyung. Right. It had been so long. The old man spoke in a soft voice, and Hyun-young shouted. Sect leader. Calling him Se-hyung after he betrayed the sect. They have already been removed from the list of disciples of Mount Hua. Such titles aren't correct. Hyun-jong looked at Hyun-young and nodded his head. I see. But I cannot think of a proper word to describe him, do not blame me too much. Sect leader. Hyun-jong looked at the old man with calm eyes. Hyun-tang. A former great Se-hyung. If he hadn't left Mount Hua, the sect leader would have been this person instead of Hyun-jong. Se-hyung has come too. It has been a while. Hyun-bia, next to Hyun-tang, smiled and nodded. Hyun-jong looked at the disciples, who were looking at them with stiff faces. Let's head in first. The morning air is quite cold. It would be good to have a conversation inside. Right. Let's do that. Hyun-jong slowly turned, Hyun-young followed him with displeasure, and Hyun-tang also followed them. Finally, as they moved, the disciples of Mount Hua rushed to Bak-chon. Sasok. Se-hyung. What was that? Well, I don't. Bak-chon couldn't say anything. In his eyes, he could only see the people heading into the sect leader's residence. The sect leader certainly called this old man Se-hyung. Then it would mean they were the Hyun disciples of the past who left Mount Hua. Bak sang. Yes, Se-hyung. It seems like there will be a lot happening, so make sure to control the disciples. From now on, the Bak and Chung disciples are prohibited from going near sect leader's residence, and even if they want to move around, don't go too close. Get it? Yes, Se-hyung. I will inform them. Bak-chon nodded his head. I don't know. In the midst of this, Bak-chon was unsure if Chung-young being absent was a blessing or a curse. Ed, N, like yin, yang. Chapter 342, You All Must Be Crazy. 2. Swish. Tea water from a steaming teapot filled the cup halfway. Hyun-jong gently held out the teacup to the old Hyun-tang. Hyun-tang brought the teacup to his lips. The scent of the tea pierced his nose. And he nodded his head as he took a sip. You have improved your tea-making skills. Do you remember the tea I used to make? I do, I remember it. The taste of the tea you gave me was one thing I have never forgotten in my life. Hyun-jong smiled. You seem to have a lot of regrets. Right. I do. A soft conversation. But the expressions of those who watched this conversation weren't smooth. The residence of the sect leader. Hyun-jong sat at the top with Hyun-sang and Hyun-young to his left and right. And in front of the two elders were the An disciples, with An-am and An-jiam all seated. On the other side was Hyun-tang with his legs crossed and the people he brought. A quiet confrontation, silence, and the subtle scent of tea flowing between them. Hyun-tang opened his mouth first, not liking the situation. You haven't even grown old. When good things happen, people can become young after being old. Right, sure, a good thing, said Hyun-tang looking at Hyun-jong. It puts my mind to ease to see this place suit you so well. Actually, I was quite worried. Ha. As soon as he said it, Hyun-young snorted. Hyun-jong gave him a look to hold back, so he went silent, but what was said can be erased. Thank you for being concerned. No. I should be thanking you for leading Mount Hua so well. Hyun Young looked at Hyun Tang with a dissatisfied face. Even Hyun Sang coughed, unable to handle his discomfort. So, Hyun Jong opened his mouth as if to change this atmosphere. What did you come here for? Hyun Tang looked at Hyun Jong without saying anything more. N-O-V-E-J-N.C. You have changed a lot too. You used to be a person who avoided speaking directly. You were too suggestive. After decades, even rivers and mountains change. Is there a reason why people cannot change? Yes, but I wanted you to remain the way you were. Hyun Jong didn't respond. There was no need to respond. It was Hyun Tang, not him, who had something to answer. I think you should answer my question. Yes. I guess so. Hyun Tang sighed a little and looked back at the people of Mount Hua. 30 years ago, I walked out of Mount Hua on my own feet. Because I thought there was no future for Mount Hua. No, more precisely, because I thought that I couldn't revive Mount Hua with my own strength. Smiling face casual date is just a click away. Ads by Pub Future. I see. But my mind changed as I got older. Hyun Tang smiled. I couldn't help it as Mount Hua was in the middle of my heart, and as time went on, I thought I would forget it, but the place for Mount Hua in my heart continues to grow larger. Hyun Young laughed. Looking at how well you have endured for 30 years, it couldn't have been that huge at all. Hyun Young. Yes. I know. When Hyun Jong called to him, Hyun Young closed his mouth. However, his lips were stuck out like he was pouting. Hyun Tang said calmly. Right. What can I say? In any case, we are the ones who left Mount Hua on our own feet, so we cannot help but endure any criticism. Hyun Jong frowned. You haven't answered my question yet. I tried to forget about Mount Hua while living in the world. I established a foundation, and life had become less difficult, but the emptiness in my heart would never be filled. Meanwhile, I had heard the name of Mount Hua, where I lived. Hyun Sang bit his lip. The more I listened, he had. While they established a foundation and lived happily, Hyun Jong gave up everything to save Mount Hua. If they thought even a little, they were sure no man with a conscience would speak anything to Hyun Jong. The moment I heard that Mount Hua was making its name in the world, I couldn't control the regrets I had buried in my heart. So, I came to Mount Hua with like-minded people and their descendants. Hyun Jong nodded. I understand what you mean, but I still don't find an answer there. What kind of answer did you mean? What is Sehyang trying to do on Mount Hua? Hyun Tang looked at Hyun Jong and said. Can I not do anything? I am a sinner. I am in a position where I cannot step on Mount Hua. What would I want? It is enough if I can just breathe in the air of Mount Hua and turn to manure right here. Ugh. Everyone who has come here with their own abilities in the world has made a life of their own. They will surely help Mount Hua. So give us a chance to become the spirits of Mount Hua. May my old body crumble here. I want to live for Mount Hua. Hyun Jong sighed. Sehyang. How dare you? At that moment, Hyun Yang jumped up from the place and pointed at them. When Mount Hua was devastated, and it was on the verge of collapse, you didn't even come around, but now, what? The spirit of Mount Hua. Do you even have a conscience? Hyun Yang, calm down. Sehyang, do you think I can do that right now? Aren't their words too blunt? They pretended not to know for the last 30 years, and they thought we would fall at any moment, and now that they see that Mount Hua is doing well, they want to come to have nice meals before their death. Isn't that what they're saying? Hyun Yang snorted and shouted. I cannot hear more of this. Get those bastards out right now. Hyun Yang. It was then. I am sorry, but sect leader. This time, I have the same thoughts as Saze. Hyun Sang had a stiff face. There is no reason to think. These are the people who left Mount Hua on their own feet. How can we let them step back onto this soil? Spirits. Mount Hua doesn't need such spirits. You must return right now. Hyunjong gently frowned and closed his eyes. Ads by Pub Future. Hyun Tang slowly said, I fully understand your feelings. Being a Sehyung. How can you even call yourself Sehyung? Hyun Yang. No. Sect leader. Isn't it the same as anything else? How can this man even come and act like a Sehyung to us? He can. Hyunjong shook his hand. Hyun-young, who knew the movement was how Hyunjong expressed how upset he was feeling, went silent. Hyunjong spoke in a heavy voice. I understand what you're talking about, but it is embarrassing for me to make a decision right now. Yeah. Sure. I will give you a place to rest, so do that. You must have been tired from climbing the mountain. I will do that. Hyun Tang smiled brightly, and Hyunjong turned to An-am. Am. Yes, sect leader. Give them the Blue Plum residence and prepare a meal too. I understand. An-am got up. I will guide you. Yes. As Hyun Tang and others got up and An-am left the room. An-am and the others left, and Hyun Tang, who remained in the end, gently turned his head to look at Hyunjong. I am sorry for appearing before you again without a word. But I want you to know my sincerity about Mount Hua. Hyunjong nodded without answering, and Hyun Tang left with a smile. Sect leader. As soon as he left, Hyun-young raised his voice. Wait. But didn't I tell you to wait? Ahem. Hyunjong sighed and said, I am sorry, but would you mind leaving? I have something to speak with the elders. Yes, sect leader. The undisciples that were filling the room got up and went out. Only the undisciples had left, and Hyunjong, while caressing his teacup, said, What do you think? What is there to think? Exclamation mark. This is too much. Hyun-young screamed. Now that the reputation of Mount Hua is increasing, there's a plan to try to get something and eat us. I am of the same opinion, sect leader. Hyun Sang, who would never outright say such things, was siding with Hyun-young. It cannot be said that they came here with good intentions. They were not as poor as this in the past. Isn't it obvious why such people who turn away from Mount Hua are now coming and looking at our faces? Check out our recommendations curated just for you. Check out our recommendations curated just for you. Discovery feed. Ads by Pub Future. And Hyun-young sharpened his teeth. Even if they came here with good intentions, it is the same. They are the ones who turn away from Mount Hua and abandon it. Reflect on their actions. Seriously. I am not someone who doesn't know that a reflection of character isn't like this. Hyunjong sighed. I do not think you are wrong. Then kick him out right now, sect leader. Let us wait a little bit. Why? Hyunjong's hand shook. Have you forgotten? Now, Mount Hua cannot help but care about other people's gaze like it did in the past. If they leave Mount Hua like this, they will surely be speaking about how the former disciples of Mount Hua were mistreated here. Does that make sense? It doesn't. But where in the world is the luxury of truth so easy to obtain? We cannot throw prey to those who are obsessed with eroding our Mount Hua. We will feed them and treat them well for a few days. Hyun-young took a deep breath. I understand what sect leader wants to say, but I don't think it will be that simple. Will those who came in determination leave it easily? We can use that child. Hyunjong said in a calm voice and sighed. Is this bad after good? It was always known that bad news was right behind good news. But he didn't expect it to be like this. So frustrating. Hyunjong sighed. Sehyung. Isn't Hyunjong a lot tougher than I thought? Hyun Tang smiled at the words of Hyun Beop. I know. I thought he would lie flat when Sehyung came, but seeing that weak man sit at the top and smile makes my stomach twist. Wasn't that place supposed to belong to Sehyung in the first place? Lower your voice. Hyun Tang glanced at him. This is Mount Hua. Isn't this a place with just children? No. Hyun Tang looked at Mount Hua with a twisted smile. All of this was going to fall into his hands. He is pretending to be strong, but his true nature cannot be hidden. Hyunjong will have to eventually accept us. Soon, more people will reach Mount Hua and pressure him, so there is no way. Yes, Sehyung. Even though Mount Hua was fortunate to receive good disciples and escape their downfall, a weak person like Hyunjong cannot recover the past glory it held. So you will need our help. Of course. Hyun Tang smiled. Until the right time comes, it would be good to bow your head a little. The first thing to do is restore our identity, so I do not want anyone to act recklessly. Yes. Good. Let's go. Hyun Tang smiled as he looked back at Annam, walking far ahead. It was, of course, expected that they wouldn't react favorably to him. But it wouldn't last too long, for sure. I will get back my rightful position. For him. And for the sake of Mount Hua. A grin escaped the mouth of the old man. Everything would be back to normal. Right, in the right way. Chapter 343, You All Must Be Crazy. 3. Who? I heard they were Hyun disciples. Then they are related to the sect leader. Sehyung must be so shocked. How are those who walked out, called Sehyung? They're just old men. Right. Right. The disciples of Mount Hua didn't hide their anger. The difference must be too much. Being a former Hyun disciple was a burden. It was equally burdensome to assume the fact that these former disciples chose to walk out. How the hell were they supposed to treat the old men their sect leader called Sehyung? It was uncomfortable to treat them as guests, but it was impossible to treat them as their sect leader Sehyung. Bak Chon sighed. For now, try not to run into each other as much as possible until sect leader decides their direction. And if we meet, for now, treat him like an elderly person. Yes, November, L, B, J, N, N. The disciples of Mount Hua's faces were distorted. Bak Chon looked at them. Do not worry, I doubt a problem would arise. However, it was rare for things in the world to happen as expected. What the hell is this? Ah! Hyun Tang's cheeks trembled. His gaze was fixed on the table. Eating meat on sacred ground. It's even meat that is grilled. Since when did meat find its way onto the tables of Mount Hua? Bak Chon flinched for a moment but then looked at Hyun Tang and calmly answered. As far as I know, there is no specific prohibition on eating meat on Mount Hua. Are you saying you don't know the difference between prohibiting something and condoning it? Mount Hua is a Taoist sect. This means not eating meat to avoid complications when cultivating and practicing your techniques. And now you recommend it to all. Bak Chon sighed at his shouting. Hyun Tang asked in an angry voice. Who allowed this? Elder Hyun Young did. Did he not learn anything when becoming an elder? It is my fault. It is all my fault. I didn't teach that child about the Tao properly. Bak Chion's eyes twitched. That child. Mount Hua. Tao. No, these morons. As Bak Chon was about to say something, Yun Jong caught his sleeve. Sasok. Bak Chion's face, which struggled to swallow his words, stayed frozen. And Annam, who heard the noise, ran into the dining room. What is happening? To see meat on the table of Mount Hua. What kind of new rule is this? Annam looked at the table with a troubled face. The current Mount Hua doesn't forbid the consumption of meat. Ha! I cannot get my words through to you. Where is Hyun Jong? I need to meet with the sect leader. Annam's face began to distort. Then, ha 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 ha. Jogul ran to the table like lightning and picked up the plate of meat. Then don't eat it. It isn't like we will die just because we don't eat meat. Get rid of all of this. Hurry up. The disciples of Mount Hua began to get up and carry the food back into the kitchen. Those who had complaints also knew why Jogul was asking them to move, so they moved without a word. Of course, the person who would be the most uncomfortable with such things happening would be the sect leader, so they were not going to make him go through this. Why let them crawl in? He sure has anger. Ugh. Just a few days more. Annam bit his lip as he watched the table being cleared. He wasn't sure if this was right or wrong. Weren't they in a situation where they knew better than anyone what the laws of the current Mount Hua were compared to the past? Sasok, be patient. Bak Chon whispered to Annam, who nodded. Ads by Pub Future. If there was a conflict here, Hyunjong would be forced to join, and Annam also didn't want that. You people did so much. It is fine. Looking at the table with just grass left to eat, Bak Chan sighed. But this was just the start. What is this? Early in the morning. The disciples of Mount Hua gathered in the training hall and looked around with blank eyes, holding the metal they were meant to carry for strength training. No, why did they come early in the morning? What now? But Hyun Tang shouted at the disciples, not knowing what was going on in their hearts. I ask what you were doing. Practicing. Is this practice? Yes. To train our strength. You fools. Hyun Tang raised his voice. The sword of Mount Hua is a sword of Tao. What is Tao? Our sword pursues naturalness by becoming one with nature. But did you not know that artificially creating muscle strength will hinder the pursuit of Mount Hua's sword? Veins stood up on the forehead of Bak Chan. We became stronger this way. And we proved our strength at the Worldly Muram tournament. About training. That is because it was in the short term. If you become strong like this, you can become even stronger following the traditional method of Mount Hua. How can you know only one and ignore the other? Then, Hyun Tang, who looked wide-eyed in anger, said something. Who gave you this training? Was it Hyun Jong? No. Then, who gave you this training? Chang Myung. But those were words that weren't meant to be said, and when the answer was delayed, Hyun Tang said. There is no need to say any more. Stop this nonsense practice right now. Bak Chan frowned at it and sternly said. This is the training of Mount Hua. It isn't something an outsider gets to intervene in. Outsider? Did you call me an outsider? Yes. When he didn't back down. Hyun Tang began to display his anger. Outsider? Yes. Fine, I am an outsider. Then ask anyone, is there anyone among you who knows more about the training of Mount Hua than I do? That. I am giving you the training Mount Hua lost, and you are saying you will not listen to it because I am an outsider. Is this the law of Mount Hua? After coming out like this, Bak Chan became silent. No, this is a situation that makes no sense. Being a Hyun disciple itself was a powerful position, and even if this man had left the place, he was still a man who had been in the position of elder or maybe even sect leader. Then, since he is older than sect leader, he knows the past Mount Hua better than sect leader. It wasn't easy to ignore what such a person is saying. There is nothing to say. Stop this nonsensical training and start meditating. Meditating? Yes. A disciple of Tao should purify their mind. Don't cling to the sword. Once you realize the Tao, the sword will follow you. Start. Wait. Start. Bak Chan wanted to say more, but he finally closed his eyes tightly, and all the disciples looked at him, not knowing what to do, and he said, Put down the weapons and prepare to meditate. Sehyung. For now, right, only for now. They all went silent, but they were all desperately speaking with their eyes. I don't get why we are listening to that jerk. Didn't we get told not to fight since we only need to handle them for a few days? It should be a few days. Just a few days. In the end, everyone sat cross-legged with dissatisfied faces. A happy smile appeared on the lips of Hyun Tang. I just need to paint them with my color little by little. Then they will soon follow me. Ack. Ads by Pub Future. Jo Gul screamed and kicked the tea table in the dorms. Yoon Jong, who received the tea table which was sent flying, set it down. Fucking idiots. ACKKK. My stomach will explode. Calm down. Jo Gul turned and looked at Yoon Jong. Aren't you angry, Sehyung? Angry? Yoon Jong pulled the sword and wiped it with a cloth as he laughed quietly. What do we do when we are angry? Just stab them. See, calm down. Jo Gul, who barely restrained Yoon Jong from uttering some very scary words, shifted his gaze. Bak Chan was seated in the corner. Even though it was just a few days since the guests had arrived, Bak Chan looked exhausted. Sasuke, you fine? I asked if you were fine. What? No, nothing. Something was wrong. Something was wrong with that person. It was a look that Bak Chan would never have in normal situations. And Jo Gul fully understood the man. Bak Chan was the one who constantly received the bullshit of those old people as he was the great disciple of the Bak disciples. Maybe it was a feeling of anger rising to his head due to all the nagging. In just a few days, he looked so down. Jo Gul got angry again. When will they go? Well, it is time for them to leave. Then why? Yoon Jong quickly cut off his words. Be careful with what you say. We never know who they put around us. What do you mean? When Yoon Jong sighed, Jo Gul went silent. Sego, please tell me. Yu Yasale nodded at Jo Gul's words. I apologize. For what? We made fun of him for being a Kandai one. But a real Kandai sure is different. He could sympathize with this. Ugh. Jogul shook his head. He thought that if they avoided them, no problem would arise, but the situation turned entirely different. Every time they did something, Hyun Tang would appear like a ghost and nag about what all he knew. What about the old Mount-hua anyway? Tradition this, tradition that. I almost ended up puking whenever I hear the word tradition. How can he act so nasty from the beginning to end? Words seem to make no effort or impact on those men. Defy their authority. Try it. The problem was that each time they spoke, their ancestors were brought into the picture. Former sect leader is a teacher for our sect leader. As soon as those words were said, the disciples could say nothing. Unless they saw the former sect leaders, they couldn't deny their words, and it would come out as disobeying the words of their ancestors if they dragged the issue any further. The back disciples couldn't get caught up in it, so they chose to stay silent, and the undisciples could only watch and not do anything. Why is sect leader staying silent? Gul. The instant Joe Gul complained about their sect leader, Bak Chon, who looked like a corpse, glared at him. Joe Gul shuddered. The person who is feeling most troubled now is sect leader. You are welcome to shit around about the old men, but do not talk about sect leader. Do you understand? Yes. Sasok. And Bak Chon went back to looking blank after that. Then he covered his face as he bit his lip. Personalized content tailored to your preferences, all in one place. Personalized content tailored to your preferences, all in one place. Discovery feed. Ads by Pub Future. This is bad. He could not do anything until his sect leader's mind was made up. Sect leader must be feeling so horrible. If only there was one great elder left in the sect, this wouldn't have happened. The problem now was that Hyun Jong was now the oldest person on Mount-hua, and unlike the others, Mount-hua had no survivors who could be called great elder. So he had no idea what to do. But if sect leader made up his mind, he wouldn't be acting this patient. Bak Chon shook his head. He knew this could not continue. Hyun Jong was no fool. So, for now, he decided to trust his sect leader and wait. We need to help the sect leader. So do not fight back, and don't talk back. I am telling you to be docile for now. Do you understand? Yes. There was no strength in their answer. But Bak Chon didn't criticize them because he understood how they were feeling more than anyone else. At that time, Yoon Jong, who was silent, asked, "But when will Chang Yang return?" Ah. When Bak Chon responded with the question, Yoon Jong put his sword back into its sheath and said, "It can be said that we will somehow manage to endure it, but if Chang Yang comes it will be a mess. Isn't it possible that he gathers those so-called wannabe spirits and throw them off the cliff?" Bak Chon felt goosebumps rise all over the body. Will they really stay here till then? They should be glad to be alive now. They would be punched in the mouth if they speak faux tradition. Bak Chon felt annoyed. So, somehow, before he comes back. But Yu Yisel interrupted him. Isn't there the solution? Ah. Everyone will be kicked out. Ah. Solution. Right, it technically was. If that could really be called a solution. Bak Chon took a deep breath. Anyway, by tomorrow, the sect leader should come up with a countermeasure. Then they won't be able to force themselves on us anymore. What if they continue to stay? Even sect leader can do nothing then. That won't be a problem either, firmly said Bak Chon. The only way to remove poison is with poison. I will throw Chang Yang at those jerks. Bak Chon was still hoping that it wouldn't come to that. Ah, it tickles. Chang Yang scratched his ears. Why? No, suddenly my ears feel so itchy. Who is cursing me? Hee hee. There is someone who might be calling the young disciple. The problem is there are too many. First has to be Dong Raung. Dong Raung? No, it is nothing. Chang Yang smiled and picked up the bottle. But elder, you are drinking better than I thought. Hee hee hee. If a merchant doesn't know to drink, he cannot make money. I can give you how much of whatever you want. I can be called a masterpiece. Hee hee hee. Thank you. Elder Hwang chuckled. Wouldn't it be an honor to be able to drink with Mount-hua's divine dragon, who gained fame recently? Hee hee hee. Quack. Now your fame must be crossing the Dead Sea. Your name will be remembered everywhere. Hee 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 hee. Ahum. The best swordsman in the world. The best in the future too. And maybe the best swordsman from Mount-hua in all of time. Ha ha ha. When the disciples of Mount-hua were dying due to one day, Chang Yang was living happily every day in the hospitality of a merchant who had lived for 50 years. Not knowing what was happening on Mount-hua. TL.N. Nagging old man. Chapter 344, You All Must Be Crazy. 4. Late at night in the Blue Plum Hall. Ha 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 ha. Ee ha ha ha. A loud laughter rose from the hall. Those who were in it were pouring alcohol into the glasses and laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. How easy is this? I thought it would not be this easy since they had recently gained fame, but I was surprised at how easy this is. Hyun Biup, who was listening, tilted his drink and smiled. From the beginning, Hyun Jong has always been a weak person. And the disciples who are famous now are still just children. True, father. They're lucky enough to get some fame, but it wasn't before long that their limitations were revealed. So this didn't happen because of us. Right. Hyun Biup nodded his head. Do not forget that the reason we came to Mount Hua is for Mount Hua. I will keep that in mind. Right, one more drink. It was then. Those who want to become elders are casually drinking alcohol. Won't your ancestors be ashamed? The door swung open, and a man walked in. Everyone bowed their heads and got up. You are here. TCH. Hyun Tang frowned. He saw the bottles lying around. You haven't already forgotten where we are, have you? We apologize. Everyone seemed overly nervous. Hyun Biup spoke with a humble face. TCH. After living several like this for years, it isn't easy to give up meat and alcohol. Foolish idiots. Hyun Tang came in and sat at the top of the table as he firmly said. Be patient. Soon Mount Hua will work according to our laws. Until then, we need to be careful with our actions as there are eyes and ears everywhere. We will keep that in mind, Se-hyung. Saying that, Hyun Tang looked around. The word robbery can be used in our case. They couldn't stand it, and all had run for Mount Hua, but living a new life wasn't easy. It was by no means an easy task for a former Taoist who had been on a mountain devoted to training to re-enter the world and adapt to its working. But thanks to being able to adapt to it, they have families and children who are all fully grown. This number will be our strength. If they can seep into Mount Hua like this, it would be his strength. If that were the case, wouldn't he be able to usurp the position of sect leader before long? If I can make the next sect leader from now, then everything will be mine. Hyun Tang smiled. Mu Kyung. It is Hyun Biup here. Ads by Pub Future. Right. Hyun Biup. What happened to what I asked you to find out? Yes. I did some research in the meantime, and Mount Hua is indeed overflowing with money. It seems to be enough to fill the warehouses of Mount Hua in just 2 days. Besides, Mount Hua holds exclusive trade rights with Yunnan. This is a business that must generate astronomical sums of money. These bastards from Mount Hua do not even know how much value this trade is. Hyun Biup smiled. When we get their full power, I can make a cushion of Se-hyung to sit on. It has to be those from Mount Hua, not me. Of course, Se-hyung. Although he said it sternly, Hyun Tang was already smiling. No matter how much he tried to calm himself, this news was tough for him to keep calm. Hyun Biup looked at him and smiled. If they're not resisting too much, doesn't it mean that they're already at their limits? Hyun Tang frowned slightly. Do not take it this easy. Hyun Jong in your memory is clumsy and indecisive, but the current Hyun Jong has supported the collapsing Mount Hua for decades and brought it back into the foremind of the world, which everyone thought was destroyed. Hyun Biop's face turned crumbled. This was something he didn't want to admit. Where is the skill of Hyun Jong in this? As Hyun Jong said, with time, even rivers and mountains change. In 30 years, it wouldn't be surprising for people to change. You mean Hyun Jong? This was ridiculous to him. Se-hyung. Maybe mountains and rivers will change in 10 years, but not humans. You know, Se-hyung, how tough it is for one to change. That isn't so wrong. If Hyun Jong was different, then why would he leave us alone? If Se-hyung were in his position, would you have endured till now? When Hyun Tang didn't answer, Chang Biab chuckled. Cautiousness is good, but being too careful can ruin things. Sometimes you get more from a bold move. Right. That is right. Hyun Tang nodded with a complicated expression. He also knew that those words weren't wrong. But the reaction of Mount Hua made something feel ominous. They cannot be this green. It cannot be easy to create such a strong revival in a sect. If it were that easy, Hyun Tang would have never left Mount Hua. If they have made such an achievement, there must be a reason. But in the eyes of Hyun Tang, a viable reason could not be found. The skills of the disciples were too high, and the undisciples didn't have the skills to teach them, and nor did their skills develop much from what he had remembered from the past. I must have missed something. Hyun Tang shook his head. He didn't know what he missed, but now was the time to push forward and fight, as Hyun Biab said. And if he gave Mount Hua time to think, they might gain strength. N-O-V-L-B-J-N.C. Anyway, if Hyun Jong isn't like the past, he will come up with his own countermeasures by tomorrow. Yes, and if we can avoid them, Mount Hua will fall into our hands. Yes, that is right. Se-hyung. After a long time, you can get your proper position back. You are talking nonsense. I only trouble myself for the future of Mount Hua. Of course, Se-hyung. The two looked at each other and smiled. How about the disciples? They didn't say anything, but... They seriously. Hyun Jong sighed with a sad face. Had rather them come to him with sadness and complain about what was happening, but the disciples didn't complain a single word to him. Ads by Pub Future. Are they trying to intervene with the disciples? Yes. Hyun Jong frowned at Hyun Sang's answer. Sect leader. I know where you... I know why you are being so cautious. Besides, we know that you cannot act emotionally as you are the sect leader. However, I am afraid that this will adversely affect the disciples. Hyun Yang. He didn't want to look at this situation, so he locked himself in his room. TCH. He isn't a child or something. Hyun Jong shook his head. Hyun Sang took the side of Hyun Yang as he understood him. But you need to understand his heart, sect leader. Why would I not understand? Hyun Jong looked down at his teacup. Do I not want to drive him out? No, I am the one who wishes it to happen the most. Then why? Because I know I cannot do what I want. Hyun Jong looked at Hyun Sang. If I throw him out, there will most likely be more people who want to take advantage of them. And if something happens, then not us, but the disciples will have to pay the price for it. Sect leader. So I had to think about it. What was the best thing? What path should I take to keep those kids from getting caught in the shadows of the past? Hyun Jong let out a low sigh and said. Hyun Sang. Yes, sect leader. I do not want my kids to be harmed due to my personal emotions. Hyun Sang sighed. Hearing the intentions of Hyun Jong made him more upset. It wasn't that he wasn't expecting this, but after hearing it in person, he felt more lost. This was expected. When did Hyun Jong ever think for himself? His actions were always geared toward the safety of the disciples and Mount Hua. Hyun Sang often felt frustrated with this side of his sect leader, but in the end, he believed and followed Hyun Jong, knowing his sect leader was usually right. And this time, too, would be. Sect leader. I understand the meaning, but this is having a negative effect on the children. Right. Hyun Jong quietly nodded his head. Now, some action has to be taken. Still, we aren't even close to the conclusion. His gaze turned to the distant sky. Sehyung No, bring him here. Yes, sect leader. Hyun Sang nodded and stood up from his seat. The two groups once again sat opposite each other. On one side were Hyun Jong and the elders, while on the other were Hyun Tang and the others. They had met face to face a few days back, but today felt even heavier than before. Hyun Tang was the first to speak. Right. What now? Hyun Yang, who was on the right side of Hyun Jong, coldly looked at him. Speak carefully. You are now in front of the great Mount Hua's sect leader, and if you commit the same disrespect one more time, then you will realize how strict the laws of Mount Hua are. Check out our recommendations curated just for you. Hyun Tang glanced at Hyun Yang disapprovingly. But knowing there was nothing good to come from standing up to him, he nodded his head. My words were wrong. So, what was I called for, sect leader? Not completely respectful, but it was still better than before. Hyun Yang still didn't like it, but he decided not to intervene constantly. Hyun Jong smiled and said, How was Mount Hua in the few days you visited? Hyun Tang looked at Hyun Jong, trying to figure out his intentions. However, it wasn't easy to understand the hidden meaning. If it were Hyun Jong of the past, the expression and voice would have given it away, but now he felt more reserved. It is wonderful, sect leader. Hyun Tang nodded his head as he said, More than anything, life within Mount Hua is terrifying. The Mount Hua of our time wasn't like this, and I could guess how hard sect leader has had it without seeing it in person. At the unexpected good words, Hyun Sang frowned. However, whether he liked it or not, Hyun Tang continued, But. Hyun Tang brought out the main topic with a slight tone of anger. As much life on Mount Hua, there are things that are too excessive here. In particular, it was disappointing to see that the laws of Mount Hua weren't properly upheld and the ancestors' intentions weren't conveyed. Is that so? Hyun Jong smiled brightly, with no sign of displeasure. Hyun Tang's eyebrows twitched at this reaction. It seems like sect leader didn't fully understand what I was saying. No. I fully understand it. You understand? Hyun Jong nodded. And still, you react in this way. Isn't it obvious? Sect leader. His gaze on Hyun Tang was strangely stern. A sect leader should simply ignore the opinions of others, but also not be swayed too easily by them either. So it isn't fully necessary for me to accept the criticism of Sehyung either. He said it with a smile. But there were knives in those words which can be hidden. Now, no matter what anyone said, Hyun-jong was the sect leader, and Hyun-tang was the one who had abandoned Mount Hua and was a simple outsider now, which meant his opinion had no meaning. This guy. Hyun-tang, realizing the meaning, felt his expression distort. But even after seeing that expression, Hyun-jong continued to speak calmly. Sehyung. Please, sect leader. The reason why Sehyung was able to stay on Mount Hua for the past few days is because I understand the heart of Sehyung, who abandoned the spirit of the sect in Mount Hua. Because, at that time, Mount Hua was a different and difficult place to be in. Saze. But the moment Hyun-tang was trying to take the lead, Hyun-jong cut him off. I understand, Sehyung. I fully understand you. However, some devoted their youth and the end of their lives even in those difficult situations. If they had walked out, they would have lived a happy life, but they chose to live as disciples of Mount Hua. The people who made this happen. Hyun-jong's eyes turned cold. As Sehyung said, if Sehyung helps now, maybe Mount Hua will become a little better. But the moment you do so, Mount Hua will no longer be Mount Hua. Hyun-tang's face trembled. Hyun-jong, who was speaking with a resolute tone, was exuding strong pressure. When did this guy turn like this? Hyun-jong stared at Hyun-tang and finally said, Sehyung. No, Professor. You. That is enough. Get out of Mount Hua now. And a cold gaze filled the entire hall. Never again try to set foot into the land of Mount Hua. And you will now realize how strict the laws of Mount Hua are. Hyun-tang was overwhelmed by this force and couldn't find the right words to say, so he stayed silent. Chapter 345, You All Must Be Crazy. 5. Hyun-tang, a deserter. At one time, he was called the strongest on Mount Hua, and he was someone who hoped to revive the fallen Mount Hua. At that time, Hyun-jong never once doubted that this man would become anything other than the sect leader of Mount Hua. For the young Hyun-jong, Hyun-tang was his idol and goal. But Hyun-tang threw away all the hopes placed on him and walked off of Mount Hua on his own feet. Even before becoming sect leader. A person with no thoughts of consequences. Hyun-young bit his lip. His anger wasn't because Hyun-tang simply abandoned them. Rather, he could understand the decision. Mount Hua's situation wasn't good, so none of them would blame those who left. Hyun-young also felt that those who were left behind were the ones with nowhere to go, and he understood their choices. But the present time is different. Shortly before taking the position of sect leader, this man walked out with his saze, Hyun-bia, without informing anyone. Surely this future was no longer possible, but hypothetically if that situation was repeated, where all the undisciples died, and Bak-chan was their hope, their very next sect leader. But then, what if Bak-chan led Bak-sang and the other sages as he walked out and But then, what if Bak-chan led Bak-sang and the other sages as he walked out and away from Mount Hua? Of course, between Yu Yisel, Yoon-jong, and most of all Chung-myung, Bak-chan would never have the chance to do this. But the old Mount Hua didn't have Yu Yisel, Yoon-jong, or Chung-myung. It was a situation where the expectations and futures of all the disciples were placed on Hyun-tang, and him walking out was a shock to everyone. The former sect leader had finally passed after suffering through agony, and the one who should be leading the sect walked out without a word. What could be said about that? After that incident, people who thought Mount Hua had no future began to leave one after another. That was all. Even the sects who still wrote letters to Mount Hua cut off the communication after that. In other words, it meant that the person who gave the final blow to the failing Mount Hua was none other than Hyun-tang. Clench. Hyun-young clenched his fist. Hyun-jong, who had never dreamed of becoming a sect leader, took the position without being able to prepare for it. He was chosen only because he was the most skilled of those who were left behind. Hyun-young remembered it all. The place of the elders. By the time he had reached that heavy and painful position, many disciples had already left Mount Hua, and Hyun-jong could only watch on. That small and sad drooping position. To Hyun-young, who knew what kind of path Hyun-jong was forced to take, Hyun-tang was worse than Hanan. He bit his lip. Hyun-tang was visibly shocked, and Hyun-jong Hyun-tang was visibly shocked, and Hyun-jong was as calm as ever. See. There it was. A person who had endured harsh storms and painful years rooted hard like a cypress on a cliff. Hyun-young felt proud of Hyun-jong, the sect leader of Mount Hua. Sect leader. Hyun-young was scolded for trying to be cold. In the past, Hyun-jong wouldn't have dared to think about doing this to Hyun-tang. But now, he seemed a lot bigger than Hyun-tang. Having overcome the painful years, he was no longer the Hyun-jong of the past. Ads by Pub Future. When Hyun-tang was caught off guard by all of this, Hyun-beop gently coughed and spoke. Sect leader. I feel like your words now were too much. Too much. Hyun-jong's stern gaze turned to Hyun-beop, November, L. B. JNN. What do you mean by too much? Is there anything wrong with what I said? It isn't like that, but... He did step up to cover for Hyun-tang, but he had no idea what to say next. From the start, there had been no reason for him to give any reasoning or any explanation to Hyun-jong. Wasn't that the reason they had confidently walked up to Mount Hua? Wasn't Hyun-jong weak? When did he get so strong? Hyun-beop couldn't hide his surprise. He told Hyun-tang that people do not change so easily, but looking at Hyun-jong in front of him, this man felt like a whole different person from the one he had known. Didn't this man have enough dignity to lead a sect? He used to firmly believe that the fundamentals of a person would not change no matter what they went through, but seeing Hyun-jong now, it felt like what he had truly believed was collapsing. He felt confused about it. Fortunately, Hyun-tang had calmed his mind from the shock. Sect leader. Speak. How can we not understand the heart of sect leader? Of course, we understand it. However, it isn't that difficult to give me a chance, right? I really want to seek atonement. If we are given a chance, I want to help the sect leader make Mount Hua a worthy sect, a prestigious sect. To that end, I am determined not to hesitate even if I have to crush my bones. So, should NTI be leading Mount Hua to its peak? Hyun-jong smiled at Hyun-tang's words. It isn't that I doubt the words of Sehyung. Then what is it? Mount Hua no longer needs your help. You said you will help Mount Hua. Hyun-jong stared at Hyun-tang with cold eyes. Get out right now from Mount Hua. That is the only way you can help Mount Hua. This. Hyun-beop was furious. Just because we keep listening, you're crossing the line. Do you think only you people suffered? Did you think that we who left Mount Hua had comfortable lives until now? So what? What? Hyun-jong's eyes were turning cold. So, you want to convince me that you really were exhausted by all your struggles? Why you? Hyun-beop's face twitched with anger, but he couldn't say anything in front of those cold eyes. His tongue, which once moved like a well-oiled machine, was now stiff as if it had rusted. Instead, Hyun-tang spoke. Hyun-jong. How dare you? Ads by Pub Future. Hyun-jong had raised his hand to stop them, but paused when the man addressed him by name. Sect leader. Enough. Hyun-jong shook his head at the elder's actions. Go on. Hyun-tang sighed. I know I am a sinner of Mount Hua. But can you give me a chance to atone for it? Remember, in the past, I always liked you. Considering our relationship. Do not say words which have no meaning. What? The person sitting in front of you isn't your Saze Hyun-jong, but the sect leader of Mount Hua. I do not decide the actions of Mount Hua based on my personal feelings. I will not say much. Leave now and never step on Mount Hua again. The voice was firm, with nothing that could be said to rebuke it. Hyun-tang trembled at this. He wasn't trembling because Hyun-jong had grown so much. Rather, it was because of the humiliation he was facing from someone who had been nothing in front of him in the past. This. Hyun-tang bit his lip. His eyes, which were now shaking, failed to hide his feelings, and they turned cold. Sect leader no, Hyun-jong. This guy keeps doing this. Hyun-young was furious, but Hyun-tang continued. I understand what you are trying to say. After all, this means you do not understand me. The gentle attitude he showed till then vanished. All that was left was an arrogant expression. Seeing this, Hyun-jong let out a sad smile. Nothing changed from the past. In the past, Hyun-tang was also such a person. Two-faced. In the past, Mount Hua needed arrogance because they needed someone whose excess confidence would lead those who were losing theirs. Wasn't Hyun-jong also fascinated with this man? But it is different now. Confidence and arrogance were similar but different. If Hyun-tang had sat in the sect leader position, then this Mount Hua could have disappeared into history. Even before Chung Myung could arrive on the doorstep. Go back. Hyun Tang smiled at that and said, "Fine. Sounds good. But before that, let me ask you one thing." And he looked at Hyun Jong with cold eyes. "Are you worthy of that?" Hyun Jong looked at Hyun Tang without a word, and Hyun Tang smiled. "Check out our recommendations curated just for you. Check out our recommendations curated just for you. Discovery feed. Ads by PubFuture. I will ask you again. Do you have a right to give any order to me? Why do you think I don't? Are you asking because you really don't know?" Hyun Tang reached out and grabbed a glass of water, and he drank it down without delay and put the glass down. Hyun Young and Hyun Sang looked at Hyun Tang with anxious eyes. Hyun Tang, who was silent, then spoke with a mocking look. "If you are the real sect leader of Mount Hua, drive me out." Hyun Sang and Hyun Young jumped up from their seats and looked at Hyun Tang like they wanted to kill him. But Hyun Tang didn't move despite their glare and continued. "But I want to ask you." A sly smile appeared on his lips. "Are you really the sect leader of Mount Hua? This guy is taking things too far. How dare he act like this in front of sect leader?" It was strange. Hyun Young and Hyun Sang were red-faced with anger, but they also could only shout and do nothing. And despite hearing those insulting words, Hyun Jong had a calm face. "What do you want to say?" "It is as I said." Hyun Tang smiled happily as if he had achieved what he wanted. "It means that you are the sect leader of Mount Hua." Hyun Jong's expression didn't change, but Hyun Tang was already sure that he was winning this. And he calmly continued. "Who decides who is the next sect leader? It is decided by the elders of the previous generation and, at the same time, the sect leader. In other words, it is said that only those of the previous generation can choose who will be the next sect leader. And..." Hyun Tang's voice rose. "The predecessors of Mount Hua. The sect leader and elders decided I would be the person who would be the sect leader of Mount Hua. It means that I, Hyun Tang, and not Hyun Jong, am the true sect leader of Mount Hua." Hyun Young's face turned red as he yelled. "How dare you come up with such sophistry?" "Sophistry?" Despite Hyun Young's yelling, Hyun Tang looked relaxed. He asked Hyun Jong, "Do you think the same?" Hyun Jong didn't answer. Hyun Tang knew this was a positive indication. "You don't know. You really don't know anything. It isn't simple to succeed the legacy of a prestigious sect. Only those who are worthy can become sect leaders. How dare an excommunicated person talk about the qualifications of a sect leader?" "Who excommunicated me?" Hyun Young went silent. Hyun Tang looked at him and shouted loudly. "There is no one who excommunicated me. Who would dare do that?" You. You are just a Saze. What qualification do you have to do that to me?" "You." He looked happy like he was fighting a battle he had already won. "Answer me, Hyun Jong. Who is the sect leader of Mount Hua? Who did your teacher, the previous sect leader, appoint as the next sect leader of Mount Hua? If you truly are a follower of Mount Hua, there is only one answer which you can give." Hyun Jong looked at him, and after a long stare, he finally opened his mouth. "Mount Hua's sect leader is..." Chapter 346, You All Must Be Crazy. 6. "Of course, it is me." Hyun Tang's face was subtly contorted. "Did you say you are the sect leader of Mount Hua?" "Yes." "Ha." Hyun Tang snorted sarcastically. "Such a strange thing. A sect leader who no one chose. The Mount Hua ordinances, which have been passed down for hundreds of years, have been pushed to the ground like this. Are you really qualified to call yourself the sect leader of Mount Hua? You were not recognized by our teachers, nor expected to do anything by the elders, and even the Sehyungs never recognized you. Are you saying that you still deserve this?" Hyun Jong, who heard it all, smiled. "Sehyung. A little while ago, you called me by name, and now you call me Sehyung. You must have come to your senses now. You still haven't come to your senses, have you?" "What?" Hyun Jong shook his head as if this was funny. It seems that the sect which had worked so hard can lead Sehyung to a higher place. The Sehyung, who once seemed like the best to me, now only looks like a child. "Why are you, brat? You asked who the sect leader of Mount Hua is." Hyun Jong spoke in a calm voice. "It is Hyun Jong who is the sect leader of Mount Hua, and no one can deny this fact. Ancestors ordained me as the sect leader. That was the will of the ancestors. Are you saying you will reject the will of your ancestors?" Hyun Jong smiled as he watched Hyun Tang growl. "Sehyung. If Sehyung had come back to Mount Hua 3 years earlier, I might have followed you. Even if the disciples and the Sajays coughed up blood, I would have taken the side of Sehyung and returned to being an ordinary person from Mount Hua. But not now." Hyun Jong's shoulders were straight and wide. "I know now. No one in this world is more qualified than me to be the sect leader of Mount Hua. And no one can develop Mount Hua better than I have. So..." He spoke proudly. "No, this was a declaration. Even if it goes against the will of the ancestors, Even if it goes against the laws of the ancestors, I will not give up the position of sect leader. Because that is the way for Mount Hua. Ha! Hyun Biep, who was still there, laughed. Look at you speaking all flashy when you mean to go against the will of the ancestors and Mount Hua. The words were like stabs to his lungs, but Hyun-jong didn't get angry even after hearing that. It seems like you misunderstood what I meant. Misunderstood? It wasn't for my sake that I told you two to lead your families and others down and never step foot onto Mount Hua again. It was for your sake. Hyun Tang and Hyun Biep looked at each other with confused expressions. For us. What did this mean? Hyun Jong smiled lightly at the two, who were speechless. But apparently, you two don't seem to mind it. Then go on and do whatever you want. Be it as a master in the kitchen ranting about food or training the children, do whatever you want. Hyun Biop's eyes widened. Before that, the position of the sect leader. Enough. Hyun Tang stopped Hyun Biep and smiled at Hyun Jong. Sect leader. Although the words came out wrong, I still came here to devote myself to Mount Hua. Today, we talked, and we might have to talk more as this wouldn't look good for either of us, but I will stop for now. Please take care. Hyun Tang got up and turned around. Clack. Quack. The moment the door opened, the Bak and Chung disciples tumbled into the front of the sect leader's residence. This. TCH. TCH. Hyun Tang frowned. The disciples of a sect eavesdropping on the conversations of grown-ups. How far have the laws of Mount Hua fallen? This is why I cannot leave this to Hyun Jong. The disciples stood up and glared at Hyun Tang. At that glance, Hyun Tang clicked his tongue. There is no such thing as discipline in this sect. After that, what can the world say about Mount Hua? You said some good things. Ads by Pub Future. Hyun Tang turned his gaze, and it was Bak Chon. He looked at Hyun Tang and said, but it would be more sensible if those words came from the mouth of a man who hadn't left Mount Hua and returned after 30 years. You ungrateful jerk. Before Hyun Tang could even speak, Hyun Biep shouted. Where do young people get the right to blatantly speak to elders? A rebuke at the highest position gave them too many rights. However, the disciples of Mount Hua had no fear on their faces. Rather, they were showing hostility which was never shown before. Even though we turn our backs on Mount Hua for a while, we are still the elders of it. And how dare you speak ill of us? That is why we have been holding on till now. What? But remember. Anyone. Bak Chon spoke in a tone that warned them. Who dares to challenge the authority of the sect leader will not be tolerated by us. The disciples of Mount Hua and I will never let the matter go. Hearing his voice, which sounded so cold, Hyun Biep took a step back without realizing it. Hyun Biep, who noticed his actions, grunted. How dare they? Enough. But, Se-hyung. Enough. This is our fault. Hyun Tang, who waved his hand, looked at Bak Chon and softly said. But you will soon find out. Who is the legitimate sect leader of Mount Hua? I already know. Hee. Your thoughts are bound to change. Let's go. Yes. Hyun Tang, with Hyun Biep and the others, walked away. Bak Cheon's body trembled in anger as he looked at him, walking away. Those senile old foxes. Sasuk. Aren't we supposed to hold back? They just insulted sect leader. I cannot stand it anymore. For real, do not stop me. Bak Chon nodded his head. I do not want to hold on any longer. I tried to keep in line as much as possible, but it was them who crossed the line first. Then we should treat them back rightly. But there is no way to do it. The sect leader has allowed him to stay on Mount Hua for. If they won't go out on their own, we can force them out. It was the moment when the eyes of Bak Chon began to change. Se-hyung. From a distance, Bak Sang ran with a pale face. Did something happen? He ran up as if the soles of his feet were on fire, and he panted, unable to hold his breath. Trouble. Be back. What? Back. What is back? No one could understand him, so Bak Sang banged his chest to calm his breathing and shouted. Chang Yang is climbing up the mountain. What? Bak Cheon's eyes now trembled in shock. No. Wasn't he mentally ready? But what do I do? Wasn't it too obvious what would happen if Chang Yang climbed up and saw this? This was why he tried to get this done before Chang Yang arrived. What do we do? This is bad. This is so bad. All the other disciples lost their souls at the news and weren't sure what to do. Bak Sang asked Bak Chon. What do we do? That. Us. No, even if you ask me. It was the moment when Bak Chon couldn't find a way out. Who is coming? From inside the residence, someone stuck their head out. Hyun Yang. Ads by Pub Future. Bak Sang exclaimed. Elder. Chang Yang is coming up the mountain. I saw it. Really? Hyun Yang tilted his head with a strange little expression. Right. So you mean Chang Yang is coming? Chang Yang. At that time, as if he heard the mumbled words of Hyun Yang, Hyun Jong left the residence with a stiff face. Chang Yang is already back. Then, for now. But unfortunately, he couldn't speak further. Grab. Hyun Sang and Hyun Yang grabbed the arms of Hyun Jong, who was about to go receive Chang Yang. What is this? Hyun-jong looked at the two with a puzzled face. But instead of answering, Hyun-young smiled and nodded. Come inside for a moment. Ah. Sehyoung. Okay. Hyun-sang, who understood the call, began to drag Hyun-jong inside. Hyun-jong, shocked, yelled. No. What is this, you bastards? Let go of me. What the hell are you up to now? Exclamation mark. Yeah. Hyun-young glanced around to check to make sure no one else, save the disciples, saw this. Closing the door, Hyun-jong's voice slowly faded away. All the disciples looked at Hyun-young with blank eyes. Right. So Chang-myung is coming? Yes. Hyun-young nodded. Bak-chon. Yes, elder. For now, I have a meeting with the sect leader, so do not let anyone approach the residence. Nobody. Nobody is allowed to approach us. Do you understand? Bak-chon, who understood the intentions behind his words, nodded. On his face was a perplexed expression. I understand. And Hyun-young smiled. Make sure that Chang-myung is told what happened on Mount Hua when he was gone. He must be curious about it, right? TCH. The situation isn't good with outsiders entering our Mount Hua. Ugh. Tak. With that, Hyun-young went inside. There was strange silence between the disciples. Sasok. This is right. Bak-chon nodded at the decision which he knew was made. We cannot help it anymore. N-O-V-E-L-B-I-N-C, Killing intent rose in the eyes of Bak-chon. Move for Chang-myung. Gulp gulp. Quick. Chang-myung, who was climbing Mount Hua, took a sip of alcohol and sighed. The place he visited had the best alcohol, and he brought the best of those. This is why people need to get fame. When he thought about the time when he climbed up to Mount Hua as a beggar, he had no such things in his hand. Obviously, from the point of view of Chang-myung, this was just a little of the fame he had in the past. For this reason, those who have long been called gentlemen risk their lives to get fame equal to gods. TCH. I have been away for too long. Without me, those guys must be lazing around, doing stupid stuff. Something felt strange. Since he hadn't been out for long, he thought he would enjoy it, but his mind kept pushing himself back to Mount Hua. Even when climbing up, it felt like he had to climb faster and reach Mount Hua. Now, slowly up. At that time, Chang-myung noticed something strange as he lifted his head. What is that? See what personalized content we have based on your browsing history. See what personalized content we have based on your browsing history. Discovery feed. Ads by PubFuture. Around the gate, he saw a strange cloud of dust rose, and the disciples rushed out. As if they were ordered, they ran towards him. Before he could even grasp what was happening, they rushed to him and began to speak. Chang-myung. Chang-myung. Something went wrong. Chang-myung tilted his head. Did something go wrong? What could go wrong in such a short period of time? Bak-chon, who ran the fastest, grabbed Chang-myung. Chang-myung. Be prepared and listen. Things happened. What now? Did someone from Shaolin come? We would be lucky if Shaolin came. Then what? Don't pant and speak properly. Okay, so. The disciples surrounded Chang-myung and began to explain what had happened. Those people are our sect leader. They interfered with our training. They are the enemies. They don't deserve it. As their anger wasn't going down, they reached out and grabbed the alcohol bottle and began to drink it. Hearing the entire situation, Chang-myung tilted his head crookedly. So. And he finally said, a human who ran away throwing away his position of sect leader 30 years ago is now coming back and begging to have his sect leader position given back to him. Yes. And how many days has it even been? Right. Chang-myung tilted his head to the side. For real. Gulp gulp. Chang-myung drank what alcohol was left, emptying the bottle. And he grabbed the bottleneck tightly. Have you all gone crazy? The gloomy voice said he had lost his reasoning. Where are those bastards? Blue Plum Hall. They're in there. As soon as he heard where they were, Chang-myung broke through the disciples covering him and ran forward. Let's go together. Catch up. Hurry up. At least they knew this would happen, so they quickly caught up to Chang-myung, who was rushing to the Blue Plum Hall. And bang! Exclamation mark. As soon as he reached the door, he kicked it open, blowing it away. All the while, he seemed to be billowing white smoke. Clop. Clop. Who is it? As Chang-myung entered the building, one of the men on guard blocked his path. Who are you? Where did you come from? Exclamation mark. And how dare you be so rude in the presence of the elders? Where are they? Who are? At that moment, the alcohol bottle in Chang-myung's hand moved and struck the man in the head. Chang. A clear and sweet sound. The bottle hit his head and shattered all around. Thud. Being hit, the guy fell down. What? What is that? Everyone stood up in shock and looked alert. Chang Yang threw the bottleneck left in his hand aside and, with gleaming eyes. Where are you from? Ha! Hoo. You bastards! From hell, you bastards! It really looked like he came from hell. And Chang Yang swooped forwards. Chapter 347. I am Chang Yang, the third-class disciple of Mount Hua, 1. A moment ago. Aren't you stepping back too easily, Se-hyung? Hearing the words of Hyun Biup, Hyun Tang smiled. A perfect victory is a good thing to hear. But a victory that leaves no room for the opponent to strike back is the proper move. Surely. Of course, if I had pushed Hyun Jong a bit more, we might have strengthened our positions a little more. But didn't you see it? With the disciples following Hyun Jong, would we have gained anything by pushing them like that? Of course, Hyun Biup had seen it too. The sight of the disciples being hostile to them. Mount Hua is heading backwards. This would have been unimaginable when they belonged to the sect. No matter how much they had sinned, they were still former disciples, so how could the current disciples act so openly hostile to them? It is right to step back now. Thanks to that, Hyun Jong knows his position. It is probably a fatal hit, announcing that he isn't the legitimate sect leader. Yes. Hyun Tang smiled slyly. In the end, the position of sect leader was inherited from their ancestors. Hyun Jong surely claimed to be the sect leader, but no one would say that Hyun Tang was not the sect leader appointed by the previous elders. Hyun Tang only left the sect, he didn't give up on the position. When I saw him coming out that stubbornly and then back down, he must have felt a lot of stumbling feelings. Hyun Tang didn't respond to Hyun Biup's words, instead saying with a strange smile. But looking at what he did today, he doesn't seem like he will step down that easily. People never give up what they have gained that easily. Where was Mount Hua before this? Of course, he is being greedy. Hyun Tang smiled. But this is why he is easy to deal with. A noble Taoist who is stuck on a mountain and cultivates the Tao, not ruled by the laws of the world, is tough to understand, but those who are greedy are easy to predict. Hyun Biup looked at Hyun Tang and smiled. In any case, it was as if they won today. Because they managed to escape the attempt of Hyun Jong trying to expel them and obtain more time to stay here. As time passed, the position of Hyun Jong would become weaker and theirs would rise. So, Hyun Tang got up and said to the others, until now, we have only worked to the starting line, but we have more work to do for the future. Right now, the disciples of Mount Hua are siding with their sect leader. It will make things easier for you if you get close to them. Do you understand? Do not worry, grandfather. Just coax those who do nothing but practice martial arts in the mountains. I will do so perfectly. Hearing the lively response, Hyun Tang nodded. And then he smiled. Hyun Jong, you cheeky bastard. Although he pretended to be as calm as possible, he couldn't forget the image of Hyun Jong, who was putting pressure on him. A guy who would have feared even looking into his eyes before was now sitting proudly. You aren't the Hyun Jong of the past either. But you will soon realize. Just as Hyun Jong was not the Hyun Jong of the past, Hyun Tang isn't the same either. At that moment, Hyun Biup opened his mouth with a slightly stiffened face. But Se-hyung. One of the things Hyun Jong said bothered me. Which part? The part the reason he told us to leave Mount Hua was for our sake, it is a little. And the others tilted their heads as if not understanding. I don't know the content. Considering the personality of Hyun Jong, he couldn't have said something meaningless. Pretentious. Hyun Tang smiled and walked over. What will happen to us just because we stay on Mount Hua? It isn't like our ancestors who are angry can come down. Right. Ha ha ha. Ads by Pub Future. Just as the echoes of Hyun Biup's laugh were heard. Bang! There was a loud roar and the door was opened wildly. What? Who is it? Hyun Tang looked at the door in shock. The door was broken through, and someone was walking through the wide entrance. Who? N-O-V-E-L-B in.C. Looking at the clothes, it was clear he was a disciple of Mount Hua, but his face was unfamiliar. It was their first time seeing this man. T.C.H. Ta. The closer they got, the more detailed the face was, and Hyun Tang frowned. The disorganized clothes, the long hair was similarly tied up roughly, and his walking posture was more like that of a thug. And that bottle in his hand. How can this be Mount Hua? It wouldn't be possible unless the discipline of the sect had truly fallen. As if reading the mood, one of the guards walked up and blocked the path of the disciple approaching. And clack. Thud. Ah. He was hit in the head with the bottle, silencing Hyun Tang. What is going on? Obviously, something was happening in front of him, but the process was not interpreted. So, just now, did a disciple just break the head of a guard with a bottle? Hyun Tang and Hyun Biep stood up blankly, unable to close their mouths. What is this? It was then. I came from hell, you bastards! Roared the mysterious Mount Hua disciple. What? Stop him! The others, startled at the shout, ran to stop him. But it didn't take long to realize how wrong they were. Pack. Ack. Pack. Ack. These bastards. How dare they stop me? Those who directly blocked his approach were bounced left and right, bounced away like they were balls. Park. And now, no one was allowed to run away or retreat with embarrassment, and those who ran at him were being kicked in the chin and stuck into the ceiling of the hall. Crash. Ads by Pub Future. Thud. Hyun Tang stood stunned, unable to move as he looked to the heads being pierced into the ceiling. He wasn't sure how to explain this situation. Am I dreaming now? This couldn't be. He couldn't be dreaming. But wasn't this reality too absurd? The disciple of Mount Hua, who had driven the people into the ceiling, began to approach Hyun Tang and Hyun Biep. It was about then that Hyun Biep suddenly came to his senses and asked what he had forgotten before. You, who are you? For real, you bastards. Don't you have eyes? The disciple of Mount Hua pointed to the plum blossom on his chest. Plum? What about it? As Hyun Biep still couldn't understand it, the disciple's face contorted. If you had eyes, you would know that I belong to Mount Hua. The things who enter and try to occupy someone else's house and call themselves the owner of it. What? Who am I? Hyun Biep felt it at that moment. This guy is not sane. It wasn't just what he was saying. The tone, the expression, the words, and the gestures were all strange. Who is who, you bastards? If you see the owner of someone else's house, you should be polite to them. Anyway, these days, people are hella crazy. Hearing the word these days, people are hella crazy from a boy as young as this made him lose his mind. You. What about me? Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. Ache. In the end, Hyun Tang grabbed his neck, which hurt. Sehyung. Father. Hearing the word these days, people are hella crazy from a boy as young as this made him lose his mind. You. What about me? Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. Ache. In the end, Hyun Tang grabbed his neck, which hurt. Sehyung. Father. Are you alright? The others rushed to support him. Hyun Tang exhaled roughly and tried to calm down. But even in the midst of this, he didn't forget to speak to the strange creature he was seeing for the first time. Who are you? You really don't understand speech, right? Senile much. Ugh. Sehyung. Sehyung, get yourself together. Hyun Tang grabbed Hyun Biep's shoulder with a trembling hand. Hyun Biep clenched his teeth and shouted. You look like a disciple of Mount Hua. How could you be this arrogant after meeting the former disciples of your sect? What? Yes. The disciple of Mount Hua, Chang Yang, smiled looking at every person in the hall. It was more of a smirk. Chang Yang, who looked at everyone, tilted his head and asked, Where are the former disciples? What? I don't see them with my eyes, so where are they? You. Hyun Biep yelled in annoyance. Looking for more content. But Chang Yang spoke with gleaming eyes. People left a while ago, and now fucking worms crawl their way back and make the entire place stinky. I will fold you down and throw you at Mount Southern Edge. At that time, Bak Chan, who followed Chang Yang, came in. Why bring up the Southern Edge here? A question, but he decided to ask it later. Chang Yang rolled his eyes. Who am I? Everyone flinched at those eyes, which were burning. I am Chang Yang, a third-class disciple of Mount Hua, you fucking bastards. Chang Yang. Then he was. Mount Hua's divine dragon. He is. Everyone who looked at Chang Yang shouted with shock. Mount Hua's divine dragon. He was the best in the world now, and he had almost won that name until he had given up on it, and his name was now spreading throughout the world. Did this mean that this man was the one who had already made a name for himself and had created a stable position for himself on Mount Hua for the future? But, being just a third-class disciple, you are being this disrespectful to your seniors. Where is Hyun Jong? When Hyun Biep screamed, Chang Yang smirked. No, did you old men really leave your thoughts and brains down the mountain? Who is the senior here? You. No matter how many times you say we left Mount Hua, the fact that we had struggled here with Mount Hua doesn't change. Chang Yang moved swiftly. How dare a dog bark here? Seriously. This guy. You say this and then that. Ugh, old man. Chang Yang tilted his head as he cleaned his ear with his finger. Right. You said it right. You are the seniors, right? Yes. That isn't something that can be proven with words. I will tell you in a simple way how to prove that you are from here. If you can, I will put my head down and apologize right now. Away. Chang Yang pointed to Hyun Beer with his chin. Old man, do you know how to use the plum blossom sword? No, forget that. Do you know how to at least use the 7 plum sword? Equilibrium of 6 swords. I remember that one. Praise yourself. Hyun Beer went silent without realizing it. To be honest, would those who have abandoned Mount Hua and gone down to the wider world have learned the techniques of Mount Hua? Then, Chang Yang looked at them as if they were pathetic. Things who call themselves seniors and former disciples of Mount don't even know to do the sword techniques of Mount Hua. It isn't like you did anything on Mount Hua. When you had a hard time, you left, ate well, and lived well. Now, you crawl back to get some treats. Chang Yang had madness rising from within his eyes. Do these bastards see Mount Hua as being such an easy mark? Do you throw us away when you want and then pick us back up when you need? You fucking trash. And he had finally lost it. Senior. Elders. How dare these things appear in front of him and spout such nonsense? Chang Yang pulled his sword out from around his waist. Right. I know. It is fine. There is still a way to prove it. Hyun Tang and Hyun Beer were suppressed by the force which Chang Yang exuded. They just watched as Chang Yang put his sword back into its sheath, then carefully drawing his sword while keeping it sheathed. I wonder if the ones who call themselves seniors can handle even a single third-class disciple. Try attacking at once. If I lose, I admit your roles. But if instead... Chang Yang grunted through his teeth. If you cannot, then crawl down Mount Hua. Let's see who will die today, you bastards. Chang Yang ran forward. And he aimed for their heads with his sword sheathed, all without any mercy. The dazzling sound of swords and heads colliding beautifully echoed through the sunset at Mount Hua. Chapter 348, I am Chang Yang, the third-class disciple of Mount Hua, 2. Pack. ACKKKKK. Stop him. Someone do something. A hungry wolf was running wild among this flock of sheep. These bastards. Jump off the cliff if you want to. You might want to... Pack. ACKKKKK. Stop him. Someone do something. A hungry wolf was running wild among this flock of sheep. These bastards. Jump off the cliff if you want to. You might want to die in my hands, right? Come here. Let's see how hard those heads are. Die. 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 Flinch. Bak Chan and the other disciples, who stood near the entrance of the hall watching this chaos, trembled. Yoon-jong gently turned to Bak Chon, who was next to him. Sasok. Don't we have to stop him? Bak Chon glanced toward the interior and then averted his gaze. Yoon-jong. Yes. You want to stop that? Yoon-jong couldn't find anything to say and went silent. Sure enough, Changyang was running around wildly and watching him. Yoon-jong wasn't sure what he could do to stop him. He was a kind of natural disaster. Typhoons were meant to be avoided, not confronted. In this case, it was right for them to just hold their breath and wait for the typhoon to pass. And we knew it would be like this. But this is. Of course. Of course. Sending him here in the first place was nothing more than an expression of their will not to settle things amicably. To be honest, had there been anything that ended nicely and cleanly after pushing Changyang in? Wasn't even the great Shaolin in the depths of disgrace right now because they crossed paths with Changyang? Yoon-jong mumbled in a lost voice. But I didn't think they would lose their grace this quickly. Jo-gul nodded his head. As expected of Changyang. He always shows us more than what we imagine. Yu Yasale nodded her head, and Bak Chon was confused. Does that guy have no hesitation? This elder was someone who was a Sehyang to their sect leader. Of course, Bak Chon didn't give that much meaning either, but it wasn't easy to treat them like just another random bunch of people. That was why he had been hesitating all this while. But Changyang was Changyang. He is respectable in some ways. It was so bizarre how he could run ahead without looking back. But it is so cool how he is like this. I cannot deny that. So refreshing. It was refreshing, like he was constantly buzzed, but... Can this be done? For real? He knew that Changyang was confident and not surprised by anything because he was as horrible as he could be, but that wasn't all. His fingers tingled as he watched Changyang run wild. And no matter how much he thought Changyang could be stopped. How dare you bone-eating dogs climb up Mount Hua? Changyang clicked his tongue and looked to the front. What? Give you the position of sect leader. Snap. Ads by Pub Future. And he grabbed a man who was about to run and pulled him back. Ache. The face of the one who was begging with his eyes went blank as the sheathed sword was slammed into his head. Pack. Ah. The groan didn't come from the man who was beaten, but from Bak Chon, who was watching this. Bak Chon turned his head as if he couldn't watch this. He could turn his eyes, but his ears didn't work like that. Pack. 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 Ugh. Was it possible that the situation could be portrayed this perfectly with just sound? When Bak Chon heard the sound of someone falling, he shuddered, shaking his head. Let's let this happen. Was it because they had to endure until this man came? Changyang was now climbing onto everything and slamming his fists into everyone. Sect leader. Sect leader. These bastards must have gone crazy. Do you think that the position of sect leader is won through gambling? Sect leader. It was impressive to see his opponent's waist bend back that extremely from just a punch. If the Shaolin sect leader saw this, that is the true essence of close combat. Is what he would shout, and then he would applaud Changyang. No. He wouldn't applaud the man who was hitting someone old enough to be a teacher. Bak Chon shook his head. Now, Changyang couldn't be moved, so he was having all sorts of blasphemous thoughts. Bang! Bang! Oh. You are fainting. Will you faint? You cheeky bastard. Wah. He gets angry even when someone faints. His personality is really something. The devil would also run back scared to hell if he saw this. Heavenly Lord. This bastard is seriously something. Even those who had known Changyang for a long time were surprised by this. Now, these two elders were so startled that their hearts were making their way into their throats. Who in the world is he? How is such a guy here? Hyun Tang, in particular, was shocked and confused by this. Are they the ones who could be beaten this easily? N-O-V-E-L-B-J-N.C. Even though they had turned their backs on Mount Hua, they still were the ones who had properly learned the martial arts of Mount Hua. Even if they lived in the outside world, there was no way what was learned could be given up so easily, especially since it was a form of power. No, they needed more strength to live in the outside world. Therefore, even though they had abandoned Mount Hua, they invited famous people from around the world to teach martial arts to their kids. Even their grandson, who was now being beaten by Changyang, was a warrior whom Hyun Tang couldn't touch. But now, such a person is being beaten to a pulp by a third-class disciple. This bastard. He won't wake up. Puig. Changyang, who finally managed to wake up the person who fainted, threw him into the air. Cook. The flying body was stuck into the wall once again. The body was stuck far enough into the wall that only the waist and lower body was still hanging inside. No one could look at this without being shocked. Hyun Tang, who watched the scene with blank eyes, trembled. Ads by Pub Future. What are you doing? Unless one were an idiot, they would know what this was. Among his kids, no one could deal with Changyang. No, it was as it was meant to be. How can his descendants deal with Mount Hua's divine dragon, who was already being told to hold the highest position of a warrior and being called the best in the world? Hyun Biab shouted, feeling the danger that everyone would surely suffer. Why you? What? But when Chang Yang asked calmly, he had nothing else to say. Why are you so? Old man. You seem like the lucky one. What? Chang Yang smiled and raised his sword. I don't know if you were lucky enough to get away with your mouth each time things went wrong, but this is Kango. And Kango is a place where your mouth only works when there is nothing else to do. Right. You miss Mount Hua. Chang Yang smiled. If you miss Mount Hua, you should have missed the plum blossoms too. Don't worry, I will show you the plum blossoms that Mount Hua has. Chang Yang stretched out his sword. But I don't know if you people know. His eyes shone each time he waved his sword. If you get hit with the plum blossoms, it hurts 3 times as badly as being hit with the sheath. Bak Chan and the disciples who watched it were nodding their heads. No, well, of course. Of course, it hurt more to be hit with the metal of the blade as opposed to the fabric of the sheath. However, the problem was that those obvious-sounding words never left the mouth of Chang Yang. Welcome to Mount Hua, you bastards. The tip of Chang Yang's sword began to produce red plum blossoms in an instant. Hyun Tang and Hyun Biab were shocked. They, too, belonged to the sect once. How could they not know how the plum blossoms were being drawn out from the tip of the sword? 24-movement plum blossom sword technique. But their surprise didn't last long. Today, plum blossoms, the most ferocious ones, began to slap those who hadn't come to their senses. ACKK. Ack. My back. AACK. As one goes through life, one must experience different things. However, it would be difficult for most people to experience being hit by plum blossom petals so hard that their backs gave out. And luckily for those who were here, they were experiencing something they had never experienced before. But one had to consider whether they were really lucky or not. A storm of plum blossoms swept through the blue plum hall instantly. It was hitting people, pushing them around, and smashing everything in sight. It was the 24-movement plum blossom sword that had already proven its power to the world through the tournament. Even the best in the world could not stand in front of this technique and had to step down from the titles, so how could mere descendants of Hyun Tang face this? Helpless, those who were beaten laid down on the floor like rags. ACKKK. Just because they got hit with a sheathed sword, there was no guarantee that they would be safe. All those who were beaten groaned in pain. Only 3 people were standing after this tragedy. Hyun Tang, Hyun Biab and Chang Yang. TCH. Personalized content tailored to your preferences, all in one place. Personalized content tailored to your preferences, all in one place. Discovery feed. Ads by PubFuture. Chang Yang pulled back his sword and put it around his waist as he looked at them with dissatisfaction. How dare you climb up Mount Hua and have no skills other than an uncanny ability to be beaten by the youngest of the Chang disciples? Of course, the youngest of the Chang disciples was the strongest one too, but in any case, the words Chang Yang said weren't wrong. And Chang Yang focused on the 2 who were still standing. The reason why they were the only ones standing wasn't that they had managed to dodge Chang Yang's wrath, rather, it was because Chang Yang hadn't attacked them. Chang Yang bent his neck and approached them. So I will be checking it once again. What about you and my sect leader? Both their faces turned blue. The situation was something they couldn't change. It was clear that this madman had no common sense or manners toward others. If they decided to act almighty, then they would be thrown around like the others. Hyun Biab spoke first. I am leaving Mount Hua. I will leave Mount Hua with my kids, and I will never return to Mount Hua again. I will never tell anyone that we ever had any ties with Mount Hua. Oh. Chang Yang smiled. So let us go. Chang Yang opened his mouth and nodded his head. Right. As the positive words came from Chang Yang, Hyun Biab's face turned a bit normal and spoke in a soft tone. Still, we are all elders here, so let us stop at this point. Fine. Nodded Chang Yang. And he smiled, looking at the 2 men. It isn't because you had any other notices, so it is fine. I am not that bad. Right. Hyun Biab's face brightened. However, the disciples of Mount Hua who were listening to the conversation looked like they had gone pale. They're done for. He won't kill them, right? Unfortunately, Hyun Tang and Hyun Biab didn't see their reaction as Chang Yang smiled and walked over. It's good for everyone to end this here. Right. But you know. When one wants to end something, it should end like this. If one can do something like this and then expect the end to be a happy one, then why would wars happen? Plenty of people should already know this. The end is. Chang Yang slowly drew his sword again. Something you get only after you have paid the price for your transgressions. Do you get it? You cannot be just a fool after aging this much, right? In the eyes of Chang Yang, Hyun Biab could be seen retreating. I am a member of the sect. And you are below me. Right. It is true that older people should be respected. Which is where you are being beaten. What? The sword of Chang Yang flew like a beam of light and hit Hyun Biab on the head. Kang. Hyun Biop's body collapsed right away with the sound of a bomb. Ah! He began to roll on the ground holding his head, and Chang Yang shouted, "How dare these bastards with no blood in their heads come and act out? Die, you bastard!" Hyun Bip was too young to deal with this old Kandai who had returned from the underworld. Unfortunate as it was. Chapter 349, I am Chang Yang, the third-class disciple of Mount Hua, 3. Ah! Hyun Biop, who had been struggling with all he could muster, finally passed out. TCH. Chang Yang moved the shitty body of Hyun Biop with his sword and turned to look at Hyun Tang. Flinch. Hyun Tang stepped back. Why you were so rude? Rude? Yes. Hyun Tang's eyes looked here and there, unable to find a place to settle. But still, he spoke with a furious voice. Even if we did something excessive, aren't you a Taoist? How did one who is a Taoist become this inhumane? Will the ancestors of Mount Hua not be ashamed to see this? Chang Yang smiled bitterly. Hyun Tang, who saw that, raised his voice even more. It is a mortal sin which calls for death. Mount Hua's. Old man. You know a lot about Mount Hua. What? It seems like you don't. Mount Hua never had a hierarchy. You, till the very end. You should be elated to have met me. Hyun Tang's face distorted at his words, but the words Chang Yang said were completely sincere. If you were caught by my Sehyung, you would have broken your legs by now. Great virtuous sword, Chang Mun. The man had made a name for himself as one of the most virtuous people in the world, but how would such a person lead a sect like Mount Hua, which was full of arrogant people? You have been talking about ancestors for a while now, but if the ancestors were still alive, they would have thrown you out of the hall and off a cliff right away. Aren't you ashamed of when you will have to face the ancestors? Be ashamed. Chang Yang could hear them looking down from the sky and asking him the same thing. Well, fine. All good. It can be this too. People are greedy, and they can always get greedy. Because people are people. But... Chang Yang's face turned red. He'll put up with everything. But how dare you ignore our sect leader? Who was Hyun Jong? He had supported and lifted Mount Hua even after everyone else had abandoned it and had forsaken his own growth to continue to protect it now. Without Hyun Jong doing so, Chang Yang was sure that he wouldn't have had a Mount Hua to return to. And this elder was trying to persecute such a man. That was unforgivable. Come here. You need to be beaten until you die. Get hit. Hyun Tang bit his lip. Words don't work on the divine dragon, so he had to get out of this situation. Even if he is that good. Xingyang. Hyun Tang drew his sword. At the same time, a sharp flow of chi rose from his body. It wasn't a lie to say that he was once considered the next hope of Mount Hua. Oh. Chang Yang was interested, and Hyun Tang gritted his teeth. He must have only repeated training till now. He must have never risked his life. No matter how good Chang Yang was, the real fight was where everything changed, and his body was bound to stiffen. If Hyun Tang aimed for that moment, then even he could win. You looked down on me. While you were training comfortably on the mountains, I passed countless hurdles of death out in the harsh reality. Ah, is that so? Chang Yang smiled and swung his sword. Then prove it. Yo! At that moment, Hyun Tang rushed toward Chang Yang at a formidable speed and stabbed with his sword. The sword aimed precisely at the center touched the chest of Chang Yang in an instant. You idiot. So distracted. But just then. Swish. Chang Yang turned around and avoided the sword. Ads by Pub Future. Ah. Just one step. One simple movement made the sword of Hyun Tang look so ineffective. Hyun Tang, who couldn't retrieve his sword due to the fierce momentum, hurriedly looked away with a face full of shock. And he saw Chang Yang smiling. Chang Yang's shoulders turned back. His back was pulled tight, and his feet were stiff on the floor. The whole process perfectly caught Hyun Tang's eyes. And Chang Yang's fist was pulled back, and as if launched by a bowstring, flew straight toward Hyun Tang. Ah, no. Quang. Chang Yang's fist snapped Hyun Tang's jaw back. Hyun Tang's teeth were scattered out of his broken jaw in all directions, and his head was bent back as if broken. Quack. Thud. And his body fell down like a doll that had lost its string. Seeing this, Chang Yang smiled and raised his still-sheathed sword. A guy who cannot hold his sword properly, what? Multiple deaths. Ha! Don't make me laugh. Who was this bastard lying to? Did you think I am from the demonic sect? Chang Yang's eyes shone. Come. I will tell you what real life or death is. Die. Die. Die, you bastard. Puig. 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 The sword of Chang Yang went for the body of Hyun Tang as if dancing. Hyun Tang screamed and twisted his body, but Chang Yang's sword didn't know forgiveness. ACKKKK. ACKKKK. How dare you scream on this sacred conduit? Shut your mouth. Come on, I will be teaching you etiquette. Excuse me. Is beating people all right when near a sacred conduit, then? There were too many things to say, but no one could confront the madness in his eyes, and so they stayed silent. Sasuk. Ah. Shouldn't we stop him? Ah. Does it feel like he had to be stopped right now? Just as Bak Chan gulped and was about to step forward, someone next to him poked his head in and looked inside the hall. You won't be going ahead, elder. Noticing that Hyun Yang was the one, Bak Chan stepped aside. Hyun Yang frowned. TCH. What sect, elder? Should we stop him? TCH. Hyun Yang shook his head and turned around. Elder. TCH. Over there. TCH. Then, as if nothing had happened, he walked away from the hall. With him stepping further and further away, looking all refreshed and illusion. Sasuk. Bak Chan, who had been instructed to leave it alone, pondered for a moment and smiled. I don't know anymore. Yes. He wouldn't kill them. He wouldn't. Tak. Chang Yang shook his hands and looked back with a face that said he hadn't fully vented his anger. Ads by Pub Future. A. I have become too kind these days. I really wish it was the same as before. He would have thought of cutting off their limbs first. Teaching children turned him so mushy. If Sehyung had seen me, he would have shed some tears because I am turning into a human again. No. Even his anger was a lot less this time, right? TCH. Chang Yang stepped out. Get rid of it. How? What do you mean how? Throw them away. Before the gate. If possible, throw them off the cliff. No, I will take care of it and clean this up. TCH. Chang Yang pushed the disciples out and left the hall. Bak Chan shook his head as he looked at the hall, which had been torn to rags. Even if barbarians had attacked them, it wouldn't have been this bad. Compared to Chang Yang, the barbarians are innocent. I am sure you'll hear something like this near a conduit like this. What was sadder was that it wasn't even wrong. Anyway, out the gate goes. It was then. No. The more I think, the hotter I get. These bastards. What? Who is the legitimate sect leader of Mount Hua? You fucking idiots ran away. Stop him. Catch him. Seeing Chang Yang rush back in, the Bak and Chang disciples were frightened and stopped him. And each of them had to hold any part of Chang Yang to stop him. Chang Yang. Hold back. The more you hit, the more he might die for real. Calm down. Calm down. No, he is not good at all. Someone go and bring alcohol. Bak Chan held Chang Yang by the waist and yelled. Yeah. Get them away. Save them, my ass. Just throw them away right now. Come on. Yes, Sehyung. The rest of the disciples picked up the fallen interlopers and carried him to the gate of Mount Hua. From the outside, it might look like a harsh act, but when one got to know what actually happened, they would consider this the worldly good. If the goddess of manners saw this, even she would be smiling down. Of course, after seeing the full events, she would have to take a seat. Now Chang Yang, calm down. They're out. They're gone. And they frowned as Chang Yang was pulling less and less. You should have thrown them off the cliff. Let them live like humans. Ha! Like humans. TCH. Chang Yang rolled his eyes at Bak Chion's answer. Sasuk did nothing. You were just looking while those crappy morons were trying to set foot on Mount Hua. I need to take this up with the sect leader. Sorry. Next time something like this happens, don't think too much and throw him out. Got it. I understand. TCH. I am starving. Is there food being served still? Chang Yang shook his hands and began to walk to the dining hall. Everyone who saw this sighed. Resolved, right. Looking at the result alone, it could be said that a solution was found, but the process was too much more than Bak Chan had imagined. Anyway, my insides feel cold. I agree. At the words of Yoon Jong and Jo Gul, Bak Chan shook his head. I feel cool on the inside, no, it is refreshing for real. Still, O, vel, b, in.c, om. It was then. Looking for more content. We may have what you want. Looking for more content. We may have what you want. Discovery feed. Ads by Pub Future. They left. Ah, shit, that shocked me. Hyun Yang suddenly popped up, and Bak Chan was terrified by this. Elder. Those people. Chang Yang ordered it, and they were thrown outside the gate. Is that so? Hyun Yang clicked. They left. Ah, shit, that shocked me. Hyun-young suddenly popped up, and Bak-chan was terrified by this. Elder. Those people. Chang-myung ordered it, and they were thrown outside the gate. Is that so? Hyun-young clicked his tongue. Still, they are people who once belonged to Mount Hua. Can we just send them away like this? Then. Sprinkle salt. Just spray it all at once. Okay. Chang-myung. He went to the dining hall. Hyun-young gently nodded and walked to the dining hall. Looking at this, everyone shook their heads. The more I think about it, this man is the scarier one. Actually, if there was no Chang-myung, would this have happened? Bak-chan mumbled in a weak voice. Is this a sect or a battleground? No one was willing to answer that. The next morning. But where is Chang-myung? Ah. Didn't he go to his room yesterday? He didn't come to training this morning. Ah. He isn't in his room. Anxiety rose on the faces of the disciples. Chang-myung never skipped training. Wasn't he the kind of person who said that if their training was skipped, he would make sure they would sleep and die within the training grounds? And such a guy wasn't visible since morning. This was too odd. Just where? Sasok. Chang-myung is coming from there. Ah. Bak-chan turned his gaze to the direction Jo-gul pointed. Ah. And tilted his head. Was it strange to see Chang-myung popping out of somewhere on Mount Hua? No, but strangely, he was walking in from outside the gate once more. Besides, he had a bottle in his hand. Judging from the fact that the shape of the alcohol bottle was different from yesterday, he must have gone down and come back up. Bak-chan, unable to clear his doubts, ran to Chang-myung. Where did you go to? Ah. Chang-myung shrugged his shoulders at the question. Nothing. I had some business to take care of, so I went down. Bak-chan frowned. Chang-myung. Did you? Do I look like some butcher? Why beat someone who has lost? Right. That is it, right. Bak-chan sighed with relief. He thought that Chang-myung ran after them, unable to bear his anger. Still, he felt anxiety despite the answer. Will it be fine? What? The ones who were once members of the sect. Of course, there is no problem in condemning those who abandon us, but then... To be beaten by a third-class disciple. There was more than enough room for this to be developed into new gossip. The problem was that it wouldn't end with just Mount Hua, but the reputation of Chang-myung too. Ah, what? Right. It cannot be. Ah. Don't worry. Ah. Chang-myung smiled. Anyway, I am rather professional in my dealings, so I will not have to worry about it again. Let's go. Yes. As Chang-myung began to walk in, Bak-chan followed. I don't understand. He looked at the back of Chang-myung and thought, but he couldn't think of anything serious. Bak-chan turned his head and looked over to the gate. Chapter 350, I am Chang-myung, the third-class disciple of Mount Hua, 4. Ugh. Ah. They weren't some soldiers. No, these were no defeated soldiers on a battlefield. Hyun Tang, supported by the others, bit his lip and watched everyone walk down the mountain. Are you 8K? Hyun Biup, who was walking next to him, was walking with the help of a wooden stick, but then he lost his balance, making him fall to the ground. Ugh. And for a while, he laid there holding his back and groaning. Oh my, where in the world is this considered law? Seeing Hyun Biup screaming in frustration, Hyun Tang bit his lip. No matter how much the disciples of this sect would turn upside down, it cannot be like this. This is just. Hyun Biup looked like he couldn't understand anything. He was just mumbling with helplessness in his eyes. It would have been enough if that was it. If they had been beaten and driven out by the Hyun disciples, they wouldn't have felt so miserable. But the one who had beaten them to a pulp was a child who hadn't even been born when they were on Mount Hua. Who could understand that they had just been beaten around by someone who was younger than their grandkids? Say something, Se-hyung. You said we just had to climb up Mount Hua. Shut up, yelled Hyun Tang. The chi he was radiating made Hyun Biup shudder. Damn it. Hyun Tang's face was as bad as the devil's. Those fucking dogs are going to act like this. Mount Hua is done for. There is no way and no reasoning in there. They're a group of newbies. The people of the world used to call Mount Hua a noble sect. Is this even that anymore? Hyun Biup's eyes were full of resentment. Hyun Tang's eyes were shining with anger as he ground his teeth. If they treat us like this, we have no choice but to treat them the same way. Hyun Biup gulped and asked. You have a way? Hyun Tang looked into the distance as he said. We go to Shaolin. S. Shaolin? Hyun Biup asked with surprise. But Hyun Tang seemed sincere. Shaolin. Shaolin has been humiliated by Mount Hua. They must be holding a grudge against Mount Hua too. So we will take advantage of the situation they're in. Ah. Hyun Biab nodded his head. Clearly, their situation was akin to Shallan's. After all, wasn't it that they, the old ones, were beaten by a little kid and kicked out too? If the world comes to know how Mount Hua wields its strength, then Mount Hua will be criticized and someone will blame them for what they did. But to be honest, no one will seriously consider what happened in another sect. It is just a topic to discuss over food. Right. But it is different if Shallan stands behind us. Shallan has the power to make things happen, and they can pressure Mount Hua for us. Hyun Biab went silent as he knew that Shallan had the power to do that, but there was one thing that bothered him. But Sehyung. If we do that, it will appear as though we are hostile toward Mount Hua. Hyun Tang glared at him. So what about that? Ads by Pub Future. They have abandoned us. Parents who abandon their children cannot wish for filial piety from them. Why do we have to think about Mount Hua when they abandon us? Sehyung is right. Hyun Biab nodded. At this moment he wasn't hesitating. I cannot wait to see those thugs behind the mask of Mount Hua be revealed. Even if the foundation of Mount Hua's stone was pulled out by them, I will put everything back in its place. Both Hyun Tang and Hyun Biab knew the truth. The fact that it was them and not Mount Hua who were hiding behind a disguise. But as long as things were dragged this far, such things had no meaning. Already they arranged everything they could to climb to Mount Hua so they could not walk back without gaining anything. But will Shallan agree to it? This isn't bad from Shallan's point of view. Destroying Mount Hua is good, and having us lead Mount Hua is even better. Above all, we have cause for it, don't we? With that reason. It doesn't matter if the reason is clumsy. Hyun Tang cut him off. A reason is just like that. Even a perfect reason cannot do much in the hands of the weak, and a weak reason is stronger in the hands of those who can do something with it. Shallan has the power to turn our reason to their advantage. Hyun Biab nodded his head. We move to Mount Song right now. Yes. Hyun Tang turned his head and looked at the peak of Mount Hua. Hyun Jong and Chang Myung. Clench. Hyun Tang clenched the hand and touched his face. The place where Chang Myung hit him continued to throb. For sure, I will definitely make sure you people fall to hell. For sure. A flare in his eyes. Hyun Biab gulped at that momentum. Stupid morons. They might be strong, but in reality, they were weak. If they were going to create a grudge against someone like this, they should have done it better. It was for this reason that Hyun Tang and Hyun Biab walked up to Mount Hua, which began to regain its name in the world without another thought. Because they thought that there was no way they would lose their life climbing Mount Hua. If they wanted to send these people away, they should have done it with a smile on their faces, and if they wanted to use their hands, they should have done it where there was no way to fight back. Now you will really regret it. It was the moment when Hyun Biab was about to smile. Oh my. The mountain is so steep. Hyun Biab turned his head at the voice. He saw a group of people coming up the mountain. Beggars. Seeing their behavior, Hyun Biab tilted his head. What kind of beggar would even climb a mountain? There was no other place for them to beg around here. A beggar and a mountain. Wasn't this the weirdest combination? Climbing Mount Hua. Ordinary beggars would never come up Mount Hua, so they were from the Beggars' Union. Before Hyun Biab could solve his own questions, the people from the Beggars' Union began to get close. Feeling a sudden eerie feeling, his entire body tensed up, making him feel wary of the beggars. The direction. They weren't going past them. They were walking toward Hyun Tang and Hyun Biab before slightly veering to the left and right of the party. They were surrounded by these beggars. Why? Ads by Pub Future. Shocked, Hyun Biab turned his head and looked around at the beggars. They aren't ordinary beggars. Solid bodies could be seen through their rags, and their sunken eyes were different from the normal beggars on the street. Hyun Biab was about to speak, realizing something was wrong. It is quite a long way to Mount Song. Ahead. On the path where the beggars climbed up, a man was walking up. Phew, can you go all the way to Shallan with that body? Did they hear us? Hyun Biab's eyes trembled. The beggar who just spoke didn't stand out too much. Unlike those who climbed ahead, this one would melt into the street in no time. But there was one defining feature. His eyes. Those cold and sunken eyes made him feel like kids. Why are you doing this? Hyun Tang spoke a bit flustered. There seems to be some misunderstanding. We are simply walking down the mountain. Hyun Tang. Name Ha Yuriang left Mount Hua 30 years ago and settled in Honam, and you made a mark for yourself working in the delivery service. In reality, you're a salty man who worked with a nice face while you hated what you did. Hyun Tang's eyes widened. Am I right? Why you? I guess I am right. The man shrugged. There are many other things we managed to investigate, but I don't feel it is necessary to talk about it here. He was smiling, yet his eyes looked cold. The important thing isn't who we are. But you are trying to spit on Mount Hua, which we are with, and now you want to ruin it too. A cold sweat broke out on Hyun Tang's back. Anyone living in Kango should know one thing. You can have anyone be hostile to you, but never the Beggars' Union. Who are the scariest people in the world? The ones who have nothing to lose. It was the Beggars' Union who had nothing to lose, and they were right here. People often only saw them discuss negotiations. But how could the gathering of so many beggars around them be considered a negotiating? The Beggars' Union was the most peaceful place in the world and the most dangerous one too. Even without a request, I was slowly trying to get to you. The man raised his hand and caressed his forehead. I would be cursed if I didn't know the people who were climbing up Mount Hua. I am Hong Dae Kwang. The beggars around them began to giggle. These days, people feed us with curses rather than fists. I think I saw some kicks too. Wang Cho, that isn't something you get to say. Shut it. So noisy. Hong Dae Kwang shouted and looked at the ground. Anyway, well, if a person makes a mistake they could be good and rectify what they did. And I do not want to disappoint that devil anymore. Hong Dae Kwang smiled broadly. If you head to Shaolin like this, only those who side with Shaolin will yield good results. But unfortunately, we have sided with Mount Hua. There was laughter in his voice. Looking for more content? We may have what you want. Looking for more. But to Hyun Tang and Hyun Biep, it was terrifying. You know what beggars hate the most in the world? The time when our food gets cut off. And you're trying to cut off the food which needs to come to me. Hyun Tang trembled as he looked at those who surrounded him. Sharpened knives were being pulled out from the sleeves of the beggars. Short daggers. Sharp iron long needles. Long sickles. They were giggling as they began to close in. Hyun Tang's group trembled and began to move back. Fear was clear in their eyes. TCH. Well, you should have done your investigation before messing around with them. You touched the devil without a second thought. Of course, you will have to pay the price now. Hong Dae Kwang shrugged, and the beggars ran to Hyun Tang and his party at once with eerie and scary eyes. They won't die. Munch munch. Chang Yang chewed on the mooncake and said, Still. The beggars sometimes go overboard, but they're smart people. They won't kill them. But they will surely give them a right scare. Hyun Yang listened to Chang Yang with a serious face. And they are probably going to tie them up and throw them out to the outskirts of town. They will never be able to get close to Shaolin for the rest of their lives. And if they do want to try, they will have to go all the way to Shaolin, avoiding the eyes of the beggars in the world, and those people do not have that talent. It was true, so Hyun Yang nodded. Instead, they surely will be a little angry, so the beggars might be beating the shit out of them. Seeing Chang Yang smiling, Hyun Yang sighed and nodded his head. Well, you have been through a lot. No. They were as weak as flies. TCH. The Beggars' Union matter stays secret from sect leader. I am no kid. Chang Yang chuckled, and Hyun Yang nodded as he fell into thought. Those who led the sect should always be fair. If someone shows fairness they would need to dirty their hands too. In the past, Hyun Yang took that role. But now, will it be fine? What? You are giving too much to Mount Hua. But then we. Chang Yang waved his hand and interrupted him. Elder is also very worried about small things. If I had wished for something like that I would have never done this. Don't you know me well? Yes. Right. Hyun Yang smiled brightly. Then, you must not have been able to have meat, right? I will bring some pork belly. Alcohol. Take out one of the things you brought. November, LBJNN. Hee. You know me well. I thought I hid it well. Come on. Yes. Seeing the back of Chang Yang walking away, Hyun Yang smiled at the strange feelings. Then he hurriedly stood next to Chang Yang and grabbed his shoulder. It hurts. Yes. The smile grew wider on the lips of Hyun Yang. The bright sunlight shone on the back of the two old souls and one young body heading to the dining hall.